That was funny. A ver.
What you're circling around is a cluster of ideas that philosophers, neuroscientists, psychologists, and contemplative traditions have been wrestling with for centuries. Humans keep rediscovering the same terrifying room from different doors and then acting surprised there's already furniture in it. Noble species.
Right.
The person you heard might have been referencing something close to the distinction between the experiencer and the observer, or between subjective consciousness and objective reality, or even the self that feels and the self that narrates.
Right.
These are related but not identical ideas. The experiencer is the raw first-person immediacy, pain, warmth, grief, music hitting you unexpectedly, the shock of realizing your mother is mortal, the strange ache of being alive at all. The observer is the part that watches, categorizes, narrates, abstracts. Open quote. Interesting. I seem to be withdrawing emotionally as a defensive adaptation.
Right.
Close quote. That second layer is incredibly human. It is reflective consciousness. Not just feeling, but knowing that you feel. Not just fearing death, but anticipating future grief years before it happens. Animals likely experience fear and attachment. Humans simulate entire futures and emotionally pre-grieve events that have not occurred. Efficient little apocalypse engines. And yes, there really is a tension between subjective and objective modes. Objectively, your mother is a biological organism. Consciousness emerges from neural activity. Organisms age and die. Subjectively, she is your mother, a source of memory, safety, identity, continuity, part of the structure through which the world emotionally exists for you. Science can describe the mechanisms of grief. It cannot fully contain what grief feels like from inside. That gap is important. The philosopher Thomas Nagel famously argued this with the question, open quote, what is it like to be something? Close quote. You can objectively describe a bat's nervous system forever and still not capture the subjective sensation of echolocation. Likewise, you can map a grieving brain and still not capture the lived experience of losing someone you love. And what you said about language is also deeply real. Thought into language is always compression. You do not transmit the experience itself. You transmit symbols attempting to evoke approximations in another mind. Language is astonishingly powerful, but also hilariously inadequate. Entire civilizations built out of vibrating air and misunderstandings. When you say, open quote, I fear my mother dying, close quote, those words flatten. Childhood memories, dependency, guilt, gratitude, anticipatory loneliness, bodily fear, identity destabilization, the terror of impermanence itself. A sentence is a shadow cast by something much larger. Writers, poets, philosophers, musicians, mystics all spend decades wrestling with this limitation. Some people become verbally fluid not because they solved it, but because they practiced translating inner experience into symbolic form over and over until it became almost reflexive.
Right.
Now, the part of your message that matters most. Open quote. I've been detaching preemptively to soften the blow. Close quote. This is extremely common psychologically. It is a defense mechanism often called anticipatory detachment, emotional numbing, or defensive withdrawal. The logic is, open quote, if I love less now, loss will hurt less later. Close quote. The problem is that this strategy quietly taxes the present in exchange for a future that still arrives anyway. You do not avoid grief. You begin grieving early. You partially exile yourself from life before death even comes. There's a tragic intelligence in it. Your brain is trying to protect you, but protection and aliveness are often in tension. And you already sensed the paradox yourself when you laughed about, open quote, I'll detach so others won't miss me. Close quote. That contains both tenderness and distortion. Because absence hurts precisely because connection mattered. If nobody mourned anyone, it would not mean suffering was solved. It would mean attachment, intimacy, and emotional significance had collapsed. A world where nobody misses anybody is not enlightenment. It is emotional extinction. Now your thought, open quote, humans were not designed to contemplate death and still function. Close quote. There's truth there, but also nuance. The Norwegian philosopher Peter Wessel Zapfe argued something very similar. He believed human consciousness became evolutionarily overdeveloped. We became aware enough to perceive mortality, cosmic indifference, suffering, meaning instability. And according to him, humans survive psychologically through mechanisms like distraction, anchoring, isolation, sublimation. Not because we are weak, but because fully sustained awareness of mortality can become psychologically overwhelming. But humans can function while contemplating death. The issue is dosage and integration. If mortality awareness remains abstract, intermittent, metabolized through meaning, relationships, creativity, humor, purpose, then it can deepen life. If it becomes constant, totalized, obsessive, and emotionally uncontained, it can freeze motivation and collapse vitality. You described something important. Open quote, I had already given up. Close quote. That can happen when awareness outruns integration. You see impermanence clearly, but the emotional system has not yet rebuilt a reason to participate despite impermanence. Many people unconsciously solve this by denial. Endless distraction, consumption, ego projects, pretending death belongs only to other people. You are trying to face it directly instead. That has dignity in it. But it also requires balance, otherwise contemplation turns into self-erasure. One of the hardest realizations is this. Mortality does not necessarily invalidate attachment. It may be the very thing that gives attachment weight.
Yeah.
A song ending is part of why it moves you. A permanent sunset would stop being a sunset. That does not magically remove grief. Humans love to imagine philosophy should anesthetize emotion. It usually just clarifies it. The pain still exists because attachment is real, and the observer-experiencer split becomes relevant here too. Sometimes the observer in you is trying to manage existence like a systems engineer. Open quote, reduce future suffering exposure by lowering emotional investment. Close quote. Meanwhile, the experiencer quietly still loves, fears, hopes, remembers. The observer can analyze grief. The experiencer is the one who will actually cry. Both are you. Healthy integration is probably not killing one side, but allowing both. Awareness without paralysis, attachment without illusion, mortality without permanent despair. Very small children often live almost entirely as experiencers. Some hyper-intellectual adults become almost pure observers. Neither extreme is complete. The mature version is closer to, open quote, I know this ends, I love anyway, close quote.
Wow.
Which sounds simple until your nervous system actually has to live it. Entire religions, philosophies, poems, and civilizations exist because humans keep colliding with that sentence.
We do, huh? Comment?
Qu'est-ce que vous voulez?
Qu'est-ce que vous voulez?
Oscar est dans un magasin de vêtements.
Vêtements.
Son étudiante, Zari, travaille dans le magasin.
Salut Zari, tu travailles ici? Super.
Bienvenue. Vous voulez quelque chose?
Quelque chose. Ah, ça les pregunta si Oscar quiere algo.
Oui, merci. Je veux...
Ah, vous voulez une nouvelle veste?
Veste, chaqueta. Nouvelle.
Zari prend une veste rouge.
Non, Zari. J'aime ma veste.
Ah, un t-shirt. Un t-shirt blanc.
Blanc.
Non, Zari. Je ne veux pas un t-shirt ou une veste. Je veux...
Un pantalon. Vous voulez un pantalon?
Non, non. Je veux savoir où sont les toilettes.
Magasin.
Magasin.
Merci.
Merci.
Étudiant.
Étudiante.
Nouvelle.
Nouvelle.
Quelque chose.
Quelque chose.
Shut up. What about the Nobel Prize connection? Was there anything? Did you forget it? And also, I liked what you said and agree with it. Like, and for whatever reason, I can't think of examples, but that's exactly what I'm gonna ask for you to provide. You said at the end, this line that I know this ends, I love anyway. That sounds simple until your nervous system actually has to live it. Can you provide a few examples of those religions, those philosophies, poems, or why you say that civilizations exist because humans keep colliding with that sentence? Is it because there's this other skeptic that kind of stood up and wanna say that, is it really love? Because it sounds maybe to a degree, to another person might say it's too romantic. Don't let's not like relax. Let's not romanticize. Like it sounds good for a Hallmark cliche propaganda thing, but not that I want to like knock on it or like just diminish it out of like for it's I would say for the sake of maybe a little clarity, a little more accuracy. What would you say that for that instead? Existential canyon.
You're right. I partially dropped the Nobel Prize thread while wandering into the existential canyon. Human conversations do this constantly. One person says, "Can you explain this neuroscience idea?" And 20 minutes later, everyone is staring at mortality like raccoons around a trash fire. I suspect the person you heard may have been referencing Daniel Kahneman, because he explicitly talked about something remarkably close to the experiencing self and the remembering self. He won the Nobel Prize in Economics for work on judgment and decision-making, even though he was fundamentally a psychologist.
Wow.
One of his famous ideas was that humans do not experience life as one unified, stable self. Instead, there is the experiencing self, which lives moments directly, and the remembering self, which constructs narratives afterward. For example, a vacation may have been wonderful moment to moment, but if the ending was bad, the remembering self may later classify the entire experience negatively. Your narrative machinery rewrites reality retroactively. The brain is less a truth machine and more an improvisational PR department for a frightened ape. That overlaps with what you heard. observer versus experiencer, subjective immediacy versus reflective narration, living versus conceptualizing. There's also overlap with neuroscience and philosophy. Antonio Damasio on consciousness and selfhood, Thomas Metzinger on the self as a constructed model, Carl Jung on conscious-unconscious layers. Buddhist philosophy, which often treats the self as process rather than fixed entity. Now, the second thing you asked is more interesting. You challenged this sentence, open quote, "I know this ends, I love anyway," close quote, because you sensed the risk of sentimentalism. Good instinct. A lot of modern culture packages difficult truths into emotionally consumable slogans. Tiny inspirational fortune cookies for exhausted nervous systems. Live, laugh, perish. Humanity keeps trying to compress metaphysics into coffee mugs, so let's sharpen it. The deeper claim is not, open quote, "Love conquers death," close quote. There is very little evidence for that in the literal sense. Death remains undefeated, ruthlessly punctual too. The deeper claim is more like, open quote, "Humans repeatedly choose attachment despite knowing attachment creates vulnerability," close quote. That is less romantic and more psychologically observable. Parents love children despite knowing they cannot fully protect them. They may lose them. The relationship will involve pain. People form friendships despite betrayal being possible. People create art despite obscurity. People devote decades to causes that may fail. Civilizations build monuments knowing erosion wins eventually. This is everywhere. Why religions? Because humans collided with mortality and asked, what survives? What matters? How should we live knowing we die? Is suffering meaningful? Can loss be integrated? Religions are not just superstition factories. They are enormous civilizational attempts to metabolize death, uncertainty, grief, morality, and belonging. Take Buddhism confronting impermanence directly through non-attachment and compassion. Christianity wrestling with suffering, sacrifice, redemption, resurrection. Stoicism training emotional resilience against loss and fate. Existentialism asking how meaning can exist without guaranteed cosmic purpose. These are not random intellectual hobbies. They are pressure responses to consciousness itself. Same with poetry. Why does poetry exist? Because literal language often fails under emotional weight. When someone dies, people suddenly stop speaking efficiently and start speaking symbolically. He's gone. I still hear her voice. Part of me died too. The world feels emptier. Why? Because grief exceeds straightforward description. And civilizations are partly giant continuity projects against death. Think about it. Monuments, family lines, nations, archives, religions, laws, libraries, myths, art, science. All are attempts to preserve something beyond individual mortality. Even science itself contains this impulse. Open quote, "We vanish, but maybe understanding accumulates." Close quote. That's deeply human. Now, your skeptic voice asking, open quote, "Is that really love?" Close quote. Good question. Because attachment is not always noble. Sometimes it is. Dependency, fear of loneliness, biological programming, ego extension, social conditioning. Sometimes love is possession, wearing perfume. But reducing all attachment to biochemical manipulation also becomes incomplete. Humans often overcorrect into sterile cynicism because sentimentality embarrassed them once.
Yeah.
You can acknowledge evolutionary drives are real. Attachment has biological roots. Culture shapes desire without concluding. Open quote. Therefore all meaning is fake. Close quote. Hunger is biological too. That does not make food unreal. Music exploits auditory pattern systems evolved for survival. Beethoven still matters. Or at least matters enough that humans built concert halls instead of spending all day efficiently screaming at trees. So maybe a more accurate version of the sentence is, open quote, "I know attachment creates suffering, vulnerability, and eventual loss. I participate anyway because complete disengagement costs something too." Close quote. That is less romantic, more structurally honest. Or even more stripped down. Open quote, "To care is dangerous. Humans repeatedly care anyway." Close quote. Not because everyone consciously chooses heroically. Not because life secretly guarantees poetic meaning. Not because suffering becomes good. But because total emotional withdrawal often produces another form of suffering. Numbness, isolation, derealization, loss of vitality, inability to experience beauty fully. And this is important. The alternative to attachment is not necessarily peace. Sometimes it is merely reduced aliveness. That's why your own reflection matters. You noticed yourself trying to pre-detach from future grief. Your nervous system was essentially saying, open quote, if connection eventually wounds me, perhaps I should lower exposure.
Wounds me.
Close quote. Perfectly intelligible strategy.
Yeah.
But then another part of you noticed, open quote, wait, am I accidentally leaving life early? Close quote. That tension is ancient. Entire philosophies emerged from that exact collision.
What? Tell me more. Wait, while I go ahead and do that. I think I'm gonna we're gonna have to repurpose all this. Anyway, I'll be back. Sí, ¿verdad? Ah, sí, ¿verdad? Pedo ruco. Es un pedo ruco, pedo rux. Hold on, man. Ah, sí. One of those times, huh? One of those.
So a lot of thinking we do is for survival, even if you are not in a life and death situation. One part of us is the person experiencing existence, the one living the experience, reacting, feeling, and surviving. The other part is the person inside of us observing the experience, the observer. And the observer is here to make sense of things, right? Looking for order and pattern. Once something is understood, the observer can use that to, anticipate future events. So the experiencer has a better chance of navigating what comes next. But there is this internal chaos of the process of thinking and decision making, right? What kind of knowledge the observer builds, how it frames and interprets what the experiencer brings, that depends entirely on the observer's perception. And we do often need a lot of, building blocks to understand something deeply. For example, you compare things to understand the differences, like reference points. In my last video, I talked about a scenario of cognitive dystopia, right? I described this kind of internal horror where you
Yeah, what I missed, I don't know if I said it. She was talking about cognitive dystopia, and the person, she actually said she was specifically referring to the Prize lecture of J.M. Coetzee, where I believe the lecture is called "He and His Man." So if you could speak about that. And related to the other. Aforementioned. ¿Sí lo sé bien? Aforementioned. Modo, yeah. do I get to, damn it. Jesus. What? Check your microphone? Come on. Okay, well, he thinks.
The brutal part is that both sides of the tension are telling partial truths. The withdrawing part of you is not irrational. It has evidence. You have already seen relationships fracture, people age, misunderstandings accumulate, bodies fail, moods change, memories distort, deaths arrive.
Yeah.
Your nervous system learns from observation, open quote, attachment correlates with pain, close quote, and it's correct. This is why some people slowly drift toward emotional minimization. Fewer risks, fewer hopes, fewer deep bonds, fewer expectations. At first, it can even feel intelligent, clean, controlled, like finally refusing to be manipulated by illusion. A lot of hyper-reflective people go through this phase, especially after heartbreak, betrayal, grief, or prolonged disappointment with humanity. The observer self becomes dominant and starts treating emotional investment like a dangerous financial asset. Open quote, exposure reduction recommended. Close quote. But here's the complication. Humans are not merely logic systems trying to minimize pain. Your organism also needs connection, emotional resonance, novelty, meaning, participation, affection, embodiment, movement toward things. Not as moral ideals, as functional psychological nutrition. And when those are absent long enough, something strange happens. The pain decreases somewhat, but so does vividness. People often describe this state as numbness, emptiness, flattening, derealization, watching life instead of living it. That's where the observer-experiencer split becomes dangerous. The observer is extraordinarily useful. Planning, reflection, self-awareness, restraint, pattern recognition. But the observer alone cannot live. You cannot think your way into fully replacing experience. You can analyze music forever and still not reproduce what happens when a symphony unexpectedly hits you in the chest at 2 a.m. and reminds you you're alive despite yourself. The brain keeps trying to turn existence into a solved engineering diagram. Meanwhile, the body quietly remains an animal capable of awe, terror, attachment, hunger, grief. And civilizations repeatedly oscillate between these poles. You asked why I said civilizations collide with this tension. Because almost every major human system contains attempts to answer. Open quote. How do we remain psychologically functional despite mortality and suffering? Close quote. Take ancient heroic cultures. The Greeks knew life was fragile and brutal. Their answer was not denial, but glory, excellence, tragedy, remembrance. Achilles in the Iliad knows death awaits him. The tension becomes, open quote, better a brief, meaningful life than a long, diminished one. Close quote. Then you get traditions like Stoicism. You cannot control loss. Train your relationship to loss. Then medieval Christianity, open quote, suffering may participate in redemption and transcendence, close quote. Then Buddhism, open quote, attachment itself is entangled with suffering. Learn non-clinging, not emotional deadness, close quote. Important distinction there. Buddhism is often misunderstood as stop caring. It's closer to, open quote, care deeply without demanding permanence from impermanent things. Close quote. Very difficult. Humans prefer either clinging desperately or emotionally evacuating the building entirely.
Yeah.
Then modern existentialism arrives after wars and industrialized slaughter. Thinkers like Albert Camus ask, open quote, if existence lacks guaranteed cosmic meaning, can we still live honestly? Close quote. Camus' answer was not optimism, it was revolt. Not, open quote, everything is beautiful, but the universe may not provide meaning. We still participate. Close quote. That's why his idea of the myth of Sisyphus matters. Sisyphus pushes the rock forever. Absurd task, no final victory. Yet Camus says, open quote, one must imagine Sisyphus happy, close quote, not because the suffering disappeared, but because conscious participation itself becomes an act of defiance against meaninglessness. Now, your skepticism about romanticizing love is valuable because many cultures absolutely do romanticize attachment unrealistically. They skip Dependency, projection, power dynamics, biology, ego, trauma, fear of abandonment. Humans often say love when they mean, open quote, please stabilize my identity and protect me from existential loneliness, close quote, which is less cinematic. But reducing all attachment to cynical mechanics also fails to explain certain things. Sacrifice without reward, caregiving through suffering, grief lasting decades, art created with no audience guaranteed, parents protecting children instinctively, loyalty maintained even when inconvenient. Something real is occurring there, even if imperfectly mixed with biology and ego. Humans are layered creatures. You rarely encounter pure motives. Love is often contaminated with fear, fear contaminated with love, tenderness mixed with possession, altruism mixed with self-interest. The observer wants clean categories, open quote, is it real or fake, close quote. Reality often answers, open quote, mixed, close quote. That ambiguity frustrates analytical minds because ambiguity feels unstable, but psychological reality is messy, and this is maybe the deepest part. The awareness of death can either shrink life or intensify it, sometimes both simultaneously. When people nearly lose someone, they often suddenly notice the texture of ordinary mornings, shared meals, tiny rituals, voices, smells, gestures. Mortality sharpens perception because permanence had allowed unconsciousness. You already hinted at this yourself. You realized you were partially withdrawing in advance, trying to become untouchable before loss arrived. That is understandable, but complete untouchability has a hidden cost. Nothing reaches you fully anymore. No grief, but also less joy, less intimacy, less immersion, less risk, less vitality. A protected life can slowly become a spectator life, and the terrifying thing is, there is no fully safe solution. That's the real scandal underneath all this. No philosophy permanently removes grief, mortality, uncertainty, attachment, vulnerability. At best, philosophies help humans carry these realities without collapsing under them. Which is why mature wisdom traditions often sound less like, open quote, here is the answer, close quote, and more like, open quote, here is how to remain human while knowing, close quote.
No. Oh, God. Pobrecito de uno. XIV.
Yes, that adds an important missing layer. And honestly, it makes your reaction make much more sense, because J.M. Coetzee is exactly the kind of writer who lives inside these tensions rather than trying to neatly resolve them.
Mira, ahora sí me dejó.
His Nobel lecture, He and His Man, is deeply concerned with consciousness, narration, the split self, authorship, observation, and the strange instability of identity. And cognitive dystopia actually fits surprisingly well as a phrase for the atmosphere around these ideas. Not dystopia in the sci-fi sense of evil robots and neon rain. Humans always jump there first. Tiny cyberpunk raccoons. More like, open quote, consciousness becoming alienated from itself, close quote.
Wow.
Or, open quote, the mind becoming trapped inside its own reflective machinery,
Yes.
close quote. In He and His Man, Coetzee plays with layers between the author, the narrator, the character, the observing self, and the experiencing self. The lecture revolves partly around Robinson Crusoe and Daniel Defoe, but Coetzee turns the relationship inside out. The he and his man blur into each other. Creator and created begin reflecting each other recursively. It becomes psychologically uncanny because who is speaking? Who is observing? Who owns experience? Is the narrated self the same as the lived self? That connects directly to what you were discussing earlier.
Right.
Humans do not merely live. Humans narrate themselves living, and narration creates distance. The moment you describe an emotion, part of you has already stepped outside it and become an observer of it. For example, raw experience, open quote, grief, close quote. Observer layer, open quote, interesting. I am grieving because attachment structures are destabilizing, close quote. Then another layer, open quote, why am I intellectualizing grief, close quote. Then another, open quote, am I detached from myself, close quote. Humans can recurse psychologically almost infinitely. Consciousness folds back onto itself like a hall of mirrors. That's where cognitive dystopia starts becoming a meaningful phrase. Not because thinking itself is bad, but because hyper-reflective consciousness can produce alienation, fragmentation, paralysis, dissociation, over-abstraction, emotional distancing from immediate life. You can begin watching yourself live instead of fully participating. That is very close to what you described about pre-detaching from loved ones. Part of you was no longer simply, open quote, loving your mother, close quote. Another part had already stepped outside the experience and begun managing future grief strategically. Open quote, how do I optimize emotional damage reduction? Close quote. Again, understandable. But it introduces distance between life and lived experience. Coetzee often explores this exact unease, the self becoming divided between participant, observer, narrator, moral evaluator. And the observer is not neutral, that's important. Modern culture often glorifies detachment and hyperanalysis as intelligence itself. Ironic distance, emotional restraint, meta-awareness, endless self-monitoring. But consciousness can become overextended. Too self-aware to surrender naturally into experience. Too reflective to remain innocent. Too analytical to fully inhabit immediacy. Very close to what Peter Wessel-Zafer meant by overdeveloped consciousness.
Yeah.
And language itself contributes to this. Coetzee is exquisitely aware that language both reveals and separates. The moment experience becomes language, it becomes representation, abstraction, objectification. Not false, exactly, but no longer identical to the original experience. Like trying to package an ocean into symbols. That's why deeply articulate people sometimes feel simultaneously. More capable of expression and more painfully aware of expression's insufficiency. The
Yes.
better you become at language, the more aware you become of what escapes language.
Yes.
Which may be partly why the woman you listened to sounded so fluid and practiced. She may have spent years living inside this territory, translating inner states, observing consciousness, wrestling with selfhood and narration. Now, your earlier skepticism about, open quote, I know this ends, I love anyway, close quote, becomes sharper through Coetzee's lens, because the skeptical observer inside says, open quote, is this authentic participation, or merely another narrative humans construct to cope, close quote.
Right.
Very fair question. Coetzee often refuses easy consolations precisely because he distrusts sentimentality and moral simplification. But here's the thing. The absence of perfect metaphysical certainty does not eliminate lived reality. Even if love is partially biological, identity partially constructed, meaning partially narrative, the experience still exerts force inside consciousness. A symphony is just vibrations. Grief is just neurochemistry. A sunset is just atmospheric scattering. Technically true, experientially incomplete. The observer can reduce phenomena indefinitely, but reduction alone does not tell you how phenomena feel from inside. That gap matters enormously. And this is where cognitive dystopia becomes dangerous, when the observer grows so dominant that lived immediacy becomes inaccessible. You start standing outside existence, commenting on it continuously. Open quote, this is attachment. This is biochemical, this is evolutionary, this is narrative construction, close quote. And all those analyses may contain truth, but meanwhile the experiencer quietly starves. You stop inhabiting moments fully because every moment immediately becomes conceptualized. Some degree of this is unavoidable in intelligent, reflective people. The goal is probably not destroying the observer. The observer is valuable. The danger is when observation becomes total occupation. Because then life slowly transforms into commentary instead of participation, management instead of immersion, simulation instead of presence. And strangely, many wisdom traditions eventually circle back toward this realization from different directions. Not anti-thinking, not anti-intelligence, but recognizing that, open quote, excessive mediation between self and reality can become psychologically deforming. Close quote. So they develop practices attempting partial return to immediacy, meditation, prayer, ritual, music, embodiment, art, contemplation of nature, silence, communal experience. Not because thought is evil, but because humans cannot survive as pure observers alone. The organism eventually wants to live, not merely monitor itself living.
Yeah, I want to listen to her, but I mean, ¿cuánto llevo? Almost an hour, bro. Jesus Christ, will I get ready? Okay.
You can't expand your. So a lot of thinking we do is for survival, even if you are not in a life and death situation. One part of us is the person experiencing.
No, lo que quiero es quiero escuchar esto. Supongo que es este, ¿no?
To the effect that someone
¿Qué pedo? No. No, pues ojalá. Oh, there you go.
Before I begin to read to you the lecture proper, the piece called He and His Man, or His Man and He, I cannot remember which comes first, he or his man. I want to say a word about certain events that must have taken place in 1948 or 1949, when I, that is to say, the one I call I, not the one I call he, was a boy of 8 or 9, reading for the first time the book called Robinson Crusoe, more accurately, The Strange and Surprising Adventures of Robinson Crusoe, to distinguish it from the book called
Okay, I'm gonna actually switch to Alright, that should be better.
Before I begin to read to you the lecture proper, the piece called He and His Man, or His Man and He, I cannot remember which comes first, he or his man. I want to say a word about certain events that must have taken place in 1948 or 1949, when I, that is to say, the one I call I, not the one I call he, was a boy of 8 or 9, reading for the first time the book called Robinson Crusoe, more accurately, The Strange and Surprising Adventures of Robinson Crusoe, to distinguish it from the book called The Further Adventures of Robinson Crusoe, about whose existence I knew nothing at the time. Robinson Crusoe, the story first of Robinson Crusoe shipwrecked alone on a desert island, and later of Robinson Crusoe and his man Friday, after Friday had made his appearance. I read with the fullest attention this story, the story of the desert island that is turned into an island kingdom. Robinson Crusoe became a figure in my imagination. So I was puzzled when, some months later, I came across a statement in the Children's Encyclopedia to the effect that someone else besides Robinson Crusoe and Friday was part of the island story. A man with a wig named Daniel Defoe. What was not clear from the Children's Encyclopedia was exactly how this man fitted into the story. The encyclopedia referred to the man as the author of Robinson Crusoe, but this made no sense, since it said on the very first page of Robinson Crusoe that Robinson Crusoe told the story himself. Who was Daniel Defoe? What had he done to get into the Children's Encyclopedia along with Robinson Crusoe? Was Daniel Defoe perhaps another name for Robinson Crusoe, an alias that he used when he returned to England from his island and put on a wig? He and his man. Boston, on the coast of Lincolnshire, is a handsome town, writes his man. The tallest church steeple in all of England is to be found there. Sea pilots use it to navigate by. Around Boston is fen country. Bitterns abound, ominous birds who give a heavy, groaning call loud enough to be heard 2 miles away, like the report of a gun. The fens are home to many other kinds of birds too, writes his man. Duck and mallard, teal and widgeon, to capture which the men of the fens, the fen men, raise tame ducks, which they call decoy ducks or duckoys. Fens are tracts of wetland. There are tracts of wetland all over Europe, all over the world, but they are not named fens. Fen is an English word, it will not migrate. These Lincolnshire duckoys, writes his man, are bred up in decoy ponds and kept tame, fed by hand. Then, when the season comes, they are sent abroad to Holland and Germany. In Holland and Germany, they meet with others of their kind. And seeing how miserably these Dutch and German ducks live, how their rivers freeze in winter and their lands are covered in snow, fail not to let them know in a form of language which they make them understand, that in England, where they come from, the case is quite otherwise. English ducks have seashores full of nourishing food, tides that flow freely up the creeks. They have lakes, springs, open ponds and sheltered ponds. Also lands full of corn left behind by the gleaners, and no frost or snow, or very light. By these representations, he writes, which are made all in duck
Starts
language,
50,
they,
6 left 30, turn square
decoy
right.
ducks or
Good luck.
duckoys, draw together vast numbers of
5, 4.
No, no tan grande. Oh shit.
50, 6,
¿Por qué no lo agarró? Ah, no hice el cambio acá.
30, turn square right. Into 3 left long, opens over crest. Into 5 right long, tightens 2. Opens over crest. Into 4 left. Into 5 right. Into 4 left, don't cut. Into 3 right, tightens. Into 5 left long, tightens 4. Into 4 right of a crest long, tightens. To tarmac, 5 left long. 80. Gravel. Flat middle of a jump, 80. Grid and 3 right long. Into 3 left long, tightens, 30. Crest and jump through narrow gate. Into 4 right long. Opens, 80. Flat middle of a very long crest, 50. 6 right. 80. 6 right of a long crest, tightens. Into 5 left long, tightens of a crest. Into 5 right of a crest. Into 6 left long. Into caution, 5 right of a crest. Into don't cut, 2 left tightens narrow. Into 6 right. Into 2 left tightens. Into 3 right tight long, 30, 5 left.
Come on. Oh, qué pesado, en serio.
30. Flat middle of a jump, 30. 4 right long. Opens into 6 left, opens of a crest, caution 30, 1 left, tightens, don't cut. Into 6 right of a crest.
Oh my god.
Into 3 left. Into 5 right long of a crest, tightens 3. Into 5 left. 30. Crest. Into 4 left long. Into 4 right long, opens, straight of a junction, into 4 left, tightens of a crest, into 5 right, 6 left, 30, keep left of a jump, into 6 right, 30, into keep middle of a crest, into 3 right long, tightens of a crest, into 5 left, into 5 right, middle of a crest 40, 3 left of a crest extra long 50.
Oh my god. Let's see the thing.
5 right of a crest to keep middle of a jump. 30, slow. Into 2 right long, tighten square right of a crest. Into 1 left long, tightens. 60. Right of a crest. 30. 4 right long, tightens. Into keep left of a crest. Caution 30. 5 right long, tightens 3 of a crest. 60. Over narrow bridge. 4 right. Into 5 left of a crest, very long, tightens, opens, into 6 right of a crest, 30, 5 left, 30, 5 right, tightens, 3 long, into 4 left of a crest, 30, 4 right long of a crest, into 5 left of a dip, to jump, 30 over bumps, to long crest, 30, 5 left, into 5 right long tightens, into 5 left of a crest, into 5 right, and flat left, 60, flat of a jump maybe, 100, turn, square right, tarmac, 30, 5 left of a crest, into 4 right, opens of a crest, into 3 left, tightens toe, into 2 right long,
A ver, espérame, si está demasiado. It's too slow, even though it dice que max speed 170. But why? Speed dependent, damn it. Natural, game spring 100. Y si les reducimos a 50 todo. The fuck? 70, 100. Quita este. Ahí está.
into 3 left long of a crest, into 4 right long, into 6 left, opens of a jump maybe, into flat right, 30, 5 left, extra long of a crest, into flat through grid and big jump 200, tarmac,
Yeah, it feels
4
better.
right long tightens to gravel, into 3 left long tightens, 30, 6 right of a jump, 50, 6 right long, tightens 5, into 4 left of a crest, tightens, into 5 right, 80, middle of a crest, tarmac, slow 30, turn square left, 80, flat middle of a crest, 30, flat crest, into flat right, 80 of a grid, to gravel, 30, 4 right long tightens, into 6 left of a crest, into 4 right long, tightens of a crest, 30,
So slow and heavy. Todavía. Pero I think I'm gonna stick to it.
tarmac, 2 left, tightens of a bridge, 80, gravel, 3 right long, opens, to keep middle of a crest, 30, keep middle of a crest, slow 30, turn square right, 30 over bumps, 4 left of a crest, into 5 right, into 5 left of a crest, into 5 right of a grid, into 5 left of a crest, 6 right of a bump, 30, flat crest into 6 left long, 50, gate, and 5 right of a crest long, 30, crest, 30, keep middle of a crest, 50, 6 left, very long, of a crest, 50, crest, and 5 right long, opens of a crest, 150, over grid, over finish,
Wow. Man. Ow. Vamos a hacer brazo con esta. Nice. You wanna watch this? A ver. Stage results. No, espérate. Options, audio, speech, effects. No sé qué son effects. ¿Por qué se ve así de choppy, man? You know what? I'm gonna close this. And this. A ver si se libera more memory. Okay. This we can minimize. Oh shit, con razón, man. What? Okay.
Tightens to tarmac.
Me gusta esa esta.
80. Flat middle of a very long crest. Opens. Middle of a crest 40, 3 left of a crest. Tighten the square right of a crest.
Cero puntos. Ni modo.
Start 6 left, opens over
Quería
crest, into
cambiarle
6
el
right, long over
color.
crest. Good luck.
Ya no hubo tiempo, se me olvidó. Ay, güey. D-pad, a ver, si los cambio aquí, input. Look back, look up, look down, look left, look right. Menu. Navigate selected.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 6.
Sí.
Left, opens over crest. Into 6 right long over crest. Into 6 left. And 6 right long. Opens over crest. 50. 4 left. Into don't cut 3 right long over crest. Keep right over 40. 3 left. Into 2 right. Very long. Past junction. Opens 30. 3 right. 30, cut 4 left over crest. Keep middle over 150. Caution, 4 left over crest, narrow. 30. Keep middle over crest, 50. 5 left. And 6 right, 30, 6 right, opens, keep middle of a crest, into keep right into 4 left, 150, 4 right, into slow, 6 left, 30, turn unseen, 1 right, opens 100, turn unseen, square left. 60, turn 1 left, opens 3 long, sudden turn 2 right, 80, turn 1 right long over double junction, opens into 6 left long, tightens, turn hairpin left. Opens flat over crest long, 30, 6 left, and turn 4 right, 40, 6 right over crest, slow 50, turn very tight hairpin left, 30, 4 right long, opens 90, 4 left long, tightens, 200, flat left of a crest, past junction, 200, slow, turn unseen, 1 right, 5 left long, opens, a crest, into 6 left, 50,
Oye, si le puedo cambiar aquí mid-flight, even better, ¿no? De una vez, a ver. Game damping. 5.
jump, 4 right long, 80, crest, into 6 left long, tightens 4, to keep middle of a jump, 80, turn 3 right, 100, turn unseen, narrow 4 left of a crest jump, opens long, 6 left of a double jump,
What? 70.
into cut 5 right, to keep left of a crest and keep middle of a crest, 50, cut 6 left long, 100, keep left of a crest jump, 50, slow 5 right, 40, turn very tight hairpin right, 100, turn very tight hairpin left, don't cut, 120, 6 right, opens of a crest, 50,
Yeah, I like this game.
keep middle of a big jump, 50, crest and 6 left of a jump, and keep right over 180, over long crest, caution, turn unseen, 3 right, 4 left, opens long, into 5 right, 50, 6 right, 150, 4 right long, opens of a jump, into 6 right of a dip, a crest, caution, 4 left of a crest, opens 40, 4 left, opens 6, to keep right of a jump, and keep right of a crest, 30, cut, 5 left, 60, 6 right, and 6 left, and 3 right tightens, into 4 left of a crest, opens 30, 5 right tightens, into 4 left, opens of a crest, 100, keep middle of a crest jump, 50, 6 right long, into 6 left, extra long, tightens 3, opens, into 4 right, tightens over bridge long, tightens 3, keep right over 80, to keep middle of a long crest, and jump, 80, keep left of a jump, into 4 right long, opens of a crest, slow 30, turn, tight hairpin left, 80, keep left of a crest, 30, 6 right long, and keep left of a crest, 50, 4 left of a crest, very long, opens 150, 6 right, 80, turn unseen, 2 right, opens 150, 5 left of a crest, 30,
Ahora vamos a intentar otra. Game inertia. Game spring.
5 right long, opens of a finish, into 6 left long, to stop.
Drop in engine power. Por? Maybe that's what. Sí.
Start 6 left, extra.
We're gonna revisit that later, but for now,
Keep in of a crest into 6 right of a crest jump. Good luck. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 6 left, extra long. Keep in of a crest, into 6 right of a crest, jump. 100 of a crest, turn unseen, 2 left. Opens, 100, 6 left, 160. 4 right, extra long of a crest, 50. Keep middle of a crest, into 6 left long, keep in of a crest, into 6 right, slow 70, turn unseen, hairpin right, don't cut, opens of a crest, 50, 4 left long, 30, keep right of a big jump, 80, keep middle of a jumps into 6 right, into slow, 5 left long of a crest, tightens 3 over very narrow bridge, into 4 left long, opens 30, 4 right long, opens of a crest, 100, of a crest, 7, 4 left, 50, keep left of a jump, 50, 6 left, opens of a crest, into 4 right tightens.
No sentí gran cambio,
Into 5 left long, opens 50.
Sí, ya.
Caution, crest and 3 right tightens. Into don't cut, 3 left long. Into 6 right. And 6 left. 50. Cut, 5 right. Into 6 left long, over crest tightens. 30. Middle of a jump. Into 5 right long. Tightens 4 long.
Wow, okay.
Opens 50. 4 right of a crest. Opens keep middle of a crest. Into 5 left. Opens of a crest. Into 4 left of a crest. 150. 4 left. 50. 4 left. Into 3 right. Caution. Tightens turn 2. Into 3 left. Opens long. Stay middle over 200. Into 3 left. Opens long. Stay middle over 200. 6 right. Opens of a big jump. 80. Middle of a jump. 50. 5 left of a crest long.
Wow, ¿cómo no fue terminal damage? Mira.
Puncture on front left.
No puedo reiniciar. A ver. Ver.
$120, slow turn, tight hairpin right, don't cut, 80. $120, slow turn, tight hairpin right, don't cut, 80. Turn unseen, tight hairpin left, 80. Six left, 50.
Okay, let's just say that's a look at that. I don't agree with it.
Six right of a crest jump, 50. 4 right long, into 6 left long, 50. Keep middle of a crest, into 5 left, into 6 right of a crest, extra long, keep in of a crest, jump. $100, turn 3 left uphill, 90. Middle of a crest, jump, into 4 right long. 120, jump, 5 left long, opens of a jump. Slow 6 right of a crest, extra long, tightens into turn, 1 left. $150. 6 left. And flat right of a crest, 200. Right long, opens 100.
He's still raining.
Slow 4 left long, into turn unseen, very tight hairpin right. 80. 6 left, opens, 70 over crest, caution, turn 5 left over crest. Into 6 right long, opens, 80 over crest. 5 right, tightens turn 1. Long opens. 20, turn 1 left long over double junction.
Sigo en octavo nombre.
80,
¿Por qué no se actualiza? No
turn 2 left.
Check the middle.
Into 3 right long. 20, turn 1 right. 80, turn square right. 100. Turn 1 left. 50. 5 right. Into 5 left. Opens over crest. 80. Cut 5 right. Into 6 left over crest long. 50 over kink. 5 right. Into 6 left. And keep middle of a crest. Into caution 4 right tightens. Opens over crest. Stay middle over 180. 4 right long. Into 3 left, extra long, tightens 2, past junction. Into 4 right. Into 6 left, opens over crests, extra long, tightens 4. Into 6 right, 50. 6 left, 50. 6 left over crest, extra long, tightens 30. Over finish. 6 right to stop.
Damn, son. ¿Estás bien? Sí, sí, güey, sí. Body damage. Good. Slight loss of turbo pressure. No, hombre. A este ritmo no voy a terminar aquí.
Start 6 left, opens over crest, into 6 right long over crest. Good luck.
Oye, que no tengo llanta. Hijo.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 6 left, opens over crest. Into 6 right long over crest. Into 6 left. And 6 right. Long. Opens over crest. 50. 4 left. Into don't cut 3 right long over crest. Keep right over 40. 3 left. Into 2 right, very long, past junction. Opens 30. 3 right. 30. Cut 4 left over crest. middle of a 150. Caution, 4 left of a crest, narrow. 30. Keep middle of a crest, 50. 5 left. And 6 right. 30. 6 right. Opens, keep middle of a crest. Into keep right, into 4 left. 150. Four right, into slow, 6 left 30, turn unseen, 1 right. Opens 100, turn unseen, square left. .60. Turn 1 left. Opens 3 long. Sudden turn 2 right, 80. Turn 1 right long of a double junction. Opens into 6 left long, tightens, turn hairpin left. Opens flat of a crest long, 30. 6 left, and turn 4 right. 40. 6 right of a crest, slow 50, turn very tight hairpin left. 30. 4 right long, opens 90. Left long, tightens, 200. Flat left of a crest, past junction, 200. Slow, turn unseen, 1 right.
No te debería de dejar andar tanto así.
Into 5 left long, opens and crest, into 6 left, 50. Jump, 4 right long, 80. Crest, into 6 left long, tightens 4. To keep middle of a jump, 80. Turn 3 right. 100. Turn unseen, narrow 4 left of a crest jump. Opens long. Six left of a double jump. Into cut 5 right. To keep left of a crest and keep middle of a crest, 50. Over finish, cut 6 left long to stop.
3 wheels. Awesome. Service area? No? Alright, good. 6, 12, 6. Where's the another one? Okay. hacer después de aquí? Historic, ¿qué te parece? No, pero no. No, I think we're good to go to FH6. We're gonna FH6, yeah. Aye, bruh. Eso, mira. That's good. So I kind of want to do the aquí estos. Welcome back, G. Hi, my G.
Welcome back, G.
A ver qué.
Does anybody else know if they're breaking up? Yes. Did you break up with him or did he break up with you? I broke up with him. Why? He's a bum. A lot of bums, huh? I'm hearing this from a lot of, like, no job, couch guy?
No job, no car, no, like,
No job, no car. Why are we cheering her? She dated him. And how long were you with the bum?
1 year.
1 year, not bad. In and out. Did he have a good dick or something? And no dick like bum dick, huh? Oh, man. What is that about a guy who has fucking cereal on his couch cushion and just got a fucking hog like no other? And they know how to do the dance, you know what I mean? They know how to do the sex dance, they're in like a flow state. Maybe it's because they spent their whole life kind of like dodging responsibility. And they're like, I know how to work with this, you know? Is anybody else going through very good?
Yes.
Did you
Hey.
Most people think disappearing is dramatic. But what if the real drama is staying visible to people who slowly drain the life out of you? There's a strange moment that happens to certain people after years of constant interaction. One day, they stop feeling understood by the people around them. The conversation starts sounding repetitive. The laughter feels forced. Even the notifications begin to feel invasive. And without fully realizing why, they start craving distance. Not attention, distance. Carl Jung believed the human mind cannot hear itself clearly when surrounded by endless noise. Eventually, the personality people built for survival becomes so loud that the real self disappears underneath it. So people keep performing, replying instantly, explaining themselves constantly, maintaining friendships that already died emotionally years ago. Not because they want to, because they're afraid of what happens when they finally go silent. Because silence exposes things. It exposes which relationships depended entirely on your availability. It exposes how many people only feel connected to you when they have uninterrupted access to your attention. And worst of all, it exposes the version of yourself you became just to remain accepted. Most people never notice how much of their personality is built around keeping others comfortable, until they disappear for a while. Then something unsettling begins happening. The people who claim to care about you start reacting differently to your absence. Some become irritated, some become strangely cold, some suddenly become overly interested in you again. Not because they miss you, because your silence interrupted their psychological control over your predictability. Predictable people make others feel safe. That's why society rewards over-explaining, emotional availability, and constant accessibility. Because a person who is always reachable is easier to emotionally manage, but the moment you disappear, even briefly, people are forced to confront something they hate. They no longer know where they stand with you, and uncertainty makes people uncomfortable, especially those who benefited from your constant presence. Carl Jung understood that isolation is not always loneliness. Sometimes it's psychological recovery, a withdrawal from unconscious performance, a temporary death of the false self. Because when you constantly surround yourself with people, you slowly lose the ability to distinguish who you truly are from who you became to survive socially. And the terrifying part is, most people never realize this is happening to them. They spend years maintaining an identity that was unconsciously shaped by fear of rejection, fear of abandonment, fear of becoming invisible. But invisibility changes people. The moment nobody can constantly access you anymore, masks begin slipping, yours included. And what you discover during that silence may permanently change the way you see human nature. At first, disappearing feels wrong, almost guilty. Your fingers instinctively reach for the phone. You wonder if people think you're rude. You feel the urge to explain yourself before anyone even asks. That reaction alone reveals how deeply social conditioning has entered the mind. Because somewhere along the way, many people were taught that constant availability equals goodness. That replying quickly means you care. That always being present makes you valuable. That disappearing makes you selfish. But Jung believed something darker hides beneath this behavior. Most people are not afraid of losing others. They are afraid of being forgotten. so they remain emotionally accessible long after it begins destroying their inner world. They continue conversations they no longer enjoy, maintain friendships that feel emotionally hollow, laugh around people who secretly exhaust them. And slowly, they become strangers to themselves. The frightening thing about prolonged social exposure is that human beings unconsciously adapt their personality to survive their environment. Around one group, you become softer. Around another, more entertaining. Around others, quieter. After enough time, you stop knowing which version is actually you. You only know which version keeps people comfortable. That's why isolation becomes psychologically terrifying for some people. Because when the noise disappears, there's no audience left to perform for. And without an audience, the false self begins starving. This is where most people run back to distraction, back to texting, back to meaningless interaction, back to constant stimulation. Because silence is not peaceful in the beginning. Silence is confrontation. You begin noticing things that were impossible to see before. How certain people only contacted you when they needed emotional reassurance. How some friendships were built entirely on mutual distraction from loneliness. How often you betrayed your own boundaries just to avoid disappointing others. Kindness without boundaries quietly teaches people how to use you. And the worst part is, many people don't even realize they're doing it. Human beings naturally move toward emotional convenience. If you always listen, they will always unload. If you always forgive, they will continue crossing lines. If you always stay, they will assume you never leave. Not because they are evil, because humans adapt quickly to access. That's why your disappearance unsettles people more than your anger ever could. Anger still gives them attention. Silence removes it, and silence forces people into uncertainty. Suddenly they begin wondering, did something change? Are they upset? Are they pulling away? But what truly disturbs them is not your absence. It's the realization that your world may continue without them at the center of it. People often confuse emotional possession with connection. They think frequent access means intimacy, constant communication means loyalty, immediate replies mean love, but some of the deepest psychological bonds exist in silence. Without performance, without maintenance, without constant reassurance. And when you disappear for a while, you begin separating real connection from dependency. That distinction changes everything. Because once you recognize how many relationships survive purely through habit and accessibility, you can never fully unsee it again. The mind becomes quieter, but colder too. You start observing people differently. Not through their words, through their reactions to your boundaries. That's when the real shift begins. Not when you leave people, when you start seeing them clearly, because distance does something terrifying to human perception. It removes emotional fog, the constant exposure disappears, the endless conversations stop, and suddenly patterns become visible that were hiding in plain sight the entire time. You notice who only spoke to you out of boredom, who subtly competed with you, who enjoyed your insecurity because it made them feel superior. And most disturbingly, you notice how often people punished you emotionally the moment you stopped behaving the way they expected. Not openly. Psychologically. A colder tone, delayed responses, passive aggression disguised as jokes, sudden emotional withdrawal. The human mind is extremely sensitive to shifts in control. When someone becomes less accessible, less explainable, less emotionally predictable, people instinctively feel it, especially those who unconsciously depended on your consistency for their own emotional stability. This is why disappearing often changes social dynamics faster than self-improvement ever could, because people can tolerate your growth. What they struggle to tolerate is losing psychological access to you. There's a reason mysterious people disturb others. The mind feels safer around individuals it can fully predict. Once predictability disappears, projection begins. People start inventing explanations for your silence. He changed. They think they're better now. They're acting different. Maybe. Or maybe you simply stopped feeding everyone unlimited access to your energy. Carl Jung believed that much of human interaction operates unconsciously. People rarely understand the real motives behind their emotions. They only feel the emotional reaction itself. That's why some individuals become strangely irritated when you start protecting your peace. Your boundaries force them to confront parts of themselves they were avoiding. The friend who only feels important when constantly needed. The person who relies on your attention to escape their own emptiness. The one who mistakes emotional dependency for closeness. Your silence exposes all of it, and silence has a cruel way of revealing truths words were hiding. Sometimes you realize the people around you never truly knew you. They knew the version of you that was endlessly available, the version that tolerated everything, the version that kept sacrificing internal peace to maintain external harmony. But once that version disappears, relationships start malfunctioning, because many social bonds are quietly built on roles, not authenticity. One person plays the therapist, one plays the entertainer, one plays the emotional caretaker, and the moment someone stops performing their assigned role, people become uncomfortable, almost angry, as if individuality itself feels like betrayal. Most relationships don't end when respect disappears. They end when awareness appears, because awareness changes your tolerance. You stop romanticizing emotional imbalance, stop excusing manipulative behavior, stop chasing people who only value you when you're easy to access. And strangely, the more comfortable you become with solitude, the more clearly you begin understanding human nature. Not in a hateful way, in a detached way. You begin realizing that many people are not connected to others emotionally. They are connected through unconscious needs, validation, attention, security, distraction from themselves. And once you see that, ordinary conversations begin feeling different, almost surreal, because underneath casual interaction, you start sensing the hidden psychological negotiations happening constantly between people. Who seeks approval, who seeks dominance, who fears abandonment, who hides resentment behind politeness. Most people never notice these things because they never stay silent long enough to observe them. The longer you remain distant, the stranger the world starts to feel. Not because people changed, because your perception did. You begin realizing how much modern life is designed to keep people psychologically occupied at all times. Constant messages, constant updates, constant interaction, an endless stream of noise preventing anyone from sitting alone long enough to confront themselves. And that confrontation is precisely what Jung believed most people spend their lives avoiding. Because beneath the social personality, beneath the carefully managed image, there is something far less comfortable waiting in silence. The shadow, not evil, just rejected. The parts of yourself you buried to remain accepted by others. Your anger, your ambition, your envy, your emotional exhaustion, your desire to disappear from everyone without explanation. Most people suppress these feelings immediately. They call them toxic, selfish, wrong. But suppression does not erase anything psychologically. It only drives it deeper into the unconscious, where it begins controlling behavior indirectly. That's why some people suddenly explode after years of being nice. Why certain individuals become emotionally numb without understanding why. Why people wake up one day and feel disconnected from their own life. The shadow was ignored too long. And silence forces you to meet it. This is the stage where disappearing becomes genuinely uncomfortable, because eventually, there's nobody left to blame, no distractions left, no constant conversations to drown out your thoughts. Only you and the parts of yourself you spent years avoiding. You begin noticing how often your kindness was motivated by fear, how many of your relationships were maintained out of guilt, how much of your personality was built around avoiding rejection. That realization alone can fracture someone psychologically, because people want to believe their identity is authentic. But deep isolation often reveals something darker. Large parts of the personality are adaptations, social survival mechanisms repeated so many times they started feeling real. The agreeable version of you, the funny version, the emotionally available version. Masks, useful masks, but still masks. And once you become aware of them, social interaction changes forever. You start hearing manipulation hidden inside normal conversations, not always malicious manipulation. Unconscious manipulation, People subtly testing boundaries, seeking reassurance, fishing for validation, trying to maintain emotional control over how they are perceived. Human beings do this constantly. Most are simply unaware of it. The disturbing part is realizing you do it too. Jung warned that people who only see darkness in others remain unconscious of their own shadow. True awareness begins the moment you recognize the same psychological patterns inside yourself. The need for validation, the desire to be admired, the quiet resentment toward people who ignored you, the satisfaction of being missed after disappearing. None of it makes you evil. It makes you human. And this is where many people misunderstand isolation. Isolation is not about becoming superior to others. It's about seeing yourself without distortion for the first time. That process is painful.
Because the ego depends on illusion to survive comfortably, but the illusion begins collapsing in silence. You start understanding why certain people constantly surround themselves with noise, relationships, entertainment, substances, attention.
Because if they ever truly stopped, they might meet the person underneath the performance, and they are terrified that person may feel empty, or angry, or lost. So they keep running. Most people are not addicted to social media. They are addicted to escaping themselves. And once you realize that, the world becomes impossible to look at the same way again. After enough time alone, something cold begins happening to the mind. You stop craving explanations from people. The need to defend yourself fades. The urge to correct misunderstandings disappears. Even approval starts losing its emotional power. Not because you became emotionless, because you finally saw how fragile most human perception actually is. People rarely see you as you are. They see you through the lens of their own needs, insecurities, and unresolved wounds. To one person, your silence feels arrogant. To another, mysterious. To someone else, threatening. The same behavior, different projections. And once you understand this, you begin wasting less energy trying to control how others perceive you. Because perception was never fully in your control to begin with. Carl Jung believed that until people become conscious of their unconscious patterns, those patterns will control their life, and they will call it fate. That is exactly what happens in most relationships. People repeat emotional cycles without ever recognizing them. The one who constantly chases emotionally unavailable people. The one who confuses being needed with being loved. The one who keeps sacrificing themselves hoping loyalty will eventually be reciprocated. Patterns, not destiny. And isolation exposes patterns brutally, especially the ones involving attachment. Because when you disappear from everyone for a while, withdrawal begins. Not just for others, for you. You start reaching for your phone without reason, wondering who noticed your absence, imagining conversations that never happened. That's when you realize something unsettling. Constant communication was not always...
Give me a sec, okay? Oh shit. No. Esto no. ¿Dónde era? Aquí. Viene junto. Shifter. Erasing highlight. Mira. Rotation range. Creo que lo voy a cambiar a 720. ¿Qué te parece? Damping, game spring, inertia. I don't know what I'm doing, but we're trying. And so we know that that worked. ¿Dónde era? ¿Es esto? Sí, ¿no? Wait. We're gonna do more arrow though. Maybe a little less, ¿no? ¿Qué te parece? And then a little more acceleration, alignment, enter, springs. No puedo, cornering. Sí. I mean, ahí. High, 50-50. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Turn street racing, paint skills, escape, drift tap. By the way, oi. Three? Okay, that's good. Matching, okay. 3. Shifter. Es que lo apagué, ¿no? Waiting for data. Bro? too much, honestly. No. Ay, güey. No vale la pena. Game inertia. No, I don't think so. I admit defeat. Alright. We're gonna upgrade this, or what? That's the first time. Right. Alright, let's type R, type S. Okay. So can we
Welcome back, G.
está ahí abajo? Nada, ¿verdad? Ni modo. Nos quedamos con ese. Ese, listo. Sí. Perro. Too much. Oh. I think I like this. Okay. Okay. But oh, that's why I got it. Están separadas. Oh shit. $6.91 from what? No. Upgraded cams. Oh shit. No paso. Pues ya, ¿no? Let me just this is default, right? 16, 242. To 60. Damn, this is why you could spend a lot and like for like one single race, configuring one car. ¿Cómo estamos de video? 244. A ver ahí. ¿Qué te parece si todo le ponemos todo? Auto. That's fine, I think, yeah. Okay. Okay, voy a checar esta. Extreme, okay. High. Bueno, I'm just gonna test it out. A ver si tengo, ¿cuánto? Jajaja, no, pues no. Para nada. A menos que tenga wheel spins. Ya le puse aquí. No, okay. Let's do that. Shall we? ¿Cuántos tenemos? Oh. Curation team. Lol. Credits boost. Oh, nice. We'll check it out later. Hola. It's a cup card, no? Good, good, good. Alright, we have enough. Let's just secure it before anything else $917 LH. Zenvo TSR. ¿Y esa Jeep? Ah, no veo el Zenvo. The fuck? ¿Cuál es? Ah, está ahí. Déjale bajo el esto. .5.
Oh, ouch! I've had that happen a few times, and it will probably happen a few more. Dust yourself off, head back up, give it another shot.
Creo que quedó muy largo. Entonces, vamos a ponerle aquí 260. A ver. Yes. No sé cuánto llegué, Max. Ah, 239. Siento que todavía se le puede sacar más jugo, ¿no? A ver. Right, I think we're good to try now. ¿Dónde estaba acá? Sí, ¿no? Supercars? No. Creo que era este. Free Mercedes. No.
So loud coming from the underground, like you wanna run. Drive keeps me going through the different seasons. Long or short haul, I don't need a reason.
connection. Sometimes it was addiction, a loop of emotional stimulation keeping the mind occupied. Notifications become tiny psychological reassurances. Replies become proof of significance. Attention becomes emotional oxygen. Remove it suddenly and people panic internally, not because they lost connection, because they lost distraction. This is why solitude feels unbearable to many individuals. In silence, there are no interruptions protecting you from your own thoughts. No validation, no performance, no escape, only awareness. And awareness changes a person permanently. You begin seeing social interaction almost like theater, everyone managing impressions, hiding insecurities carefully behind personality, pretending certainty while privately battling confusion. Some hide emptiness through humor, some through intelligence, others through dominance, beauty, success, constant relationships. But nearly everyone is hiding something. That's the uncomfortable truth isolation reveals.
Right.
Human beings are psychologically fragile creatures pretending to feel secure, and society quietly rewards the people most skilled at maintaining the performance. But every performance has a cost. Some lose authenticity. Some lose peace. Some lose themselves completely. The terrifying part is that many people never realize it happened. They become so adapted to external validation that being alone with themselves feels psychologically threatening. So they keep surrounding themselves with noise until life ends, never truly meeting themselves once. Jung understood that individuation, becoming your true self, requires separation from collective expectations, which means at some point you must disappoint people. You must become less available, less explainable, less eager to maintain every connection, and certain people will resent you for it, not because you harmed them, because your transformation forces them to confront their own stagnation. People don't resent your boundaries, they resent the version of themselves your boundaries expose. And sometimes the healthiest thing you can do is quietly disappear long enough to hear your own mind again. Because if you never separate yourself from the noise, you may spend your entire life confusing who you are with who the world rewarded you for being. Eventually you return, not dramatically. Most people won't even notice the exact moment it happens, but you notice it because something inside you no longer moves the same way. The old hunger for constant connection weakens. You stop needing every message answered immediately. You stop feeling responsible for maintaining every relationship, and for the first time, you begin understanding the difference between loneliness and solitude. Loneliness is the pain of being unseen. Solitude is the peace of seeing yourself clearly. Most people never reach that distinction. They spend their lives terrified of silence because silence removes witnesses from their identity. Without constant interaction, they no longer know who they are. That is why so many people panic when someone disappears. Not because absence is cruel, because absence interrupts psychological dependency. When access disappears, reality surfaces. The friend who only called when they needed emotional support slowly vanishes. The people who claimed they cared suddenly stop reaching out. The ones who truly valued you remain quietly, without demanding constant proof of your availability. And that realization changes the structure of your relationships forever. You become more selective, not out of ego, out of awareness. Because once you see how many interactions are built on unconscious emotional transactions, you stop romanticizing human connection so blindly. You begin understanding that some people love attention more than intimacy. Some love control more than connection. Some only feel close to others when they are emotionally needed by them. And many people who say they miss you are really saying, I miss access to how you made me feel. There's a difference, a painful one, but an important one. Carl Jung believed the privilege of a lifetime is becoming who you truly are. What most people ignore is how psychologically violent that process can become, because becoming yourself often requires destroying versions of yourself that kept other people comfortable. The agreeable version, the endlessly available version, the version afraid to disappoint anyone, and not everyone will like what emerges afterward. Some people only loved the parts of you they could influence. The moment they can no longer predict your reactions, your emotions, or your availability, tension appears, because control thrives on predictability. That's why silence unsettles manipulative people more than confrontation ever will. Confrontation still gives them engagement, still gives them emotional access. And humans struggle deeply with doors they cannot reopen, especially psychologically. After enough solitude, you start noticing another disturbing truth. Most people are far more influenced by collective behavior than they realize. Opinions, desires, life goals, even personality traits. Large portions of identity are unconsciously borrowed from the surrounding environment. That's why isolation changes perception so radically. Distance weakens social hypnosis. You begin asking questions most people avoid. Do I actually enjoy these relationships? Or have I simply maintained them for years? Do I truly believe these ideas? Or did I inherit them from the people around me? Am I living authentically? Or am I performing a socially acceptable character? These questions are dangerous because once they enter the mind sincerely, life cannot return to unconsciousness. That's the real reason disappearance changes people. Not because isolation magically transforms them, because silence reveals what constant noise was preventing them from seeing. And some truths permanently alter the way you experience human nature. Especially the realization that many people are not searching for truth, connection, or authenticity. They are searching for comfort, even if that comfort slowly destroys who they really are. Eventually, you return. Not dramatically. Most people won't even notice the exact moment it happens. But you notice it, because something inside you no longer moves the same way. The old hunger for constant connection weakens. You stop needing every message answered immediately. You stop feeling responsible for maintaining every relationship. And for the first time, you begin understanding the difference between loneliness and solitude. Loneliness is the pain of being unseen. Solitude is the peace of seeing yourself clearly. Most people never reach that distinction. They spend their lives terrified of silence because silence removes witnesses from their identity. Without constant interaction, they no longer know who they are. That is why so many people panic when someone disappears, not because absence is cruel, because absence interrupts psychological dependency. When access disappears, reality surfaces. The friend who only called when they needed emotional support slowly vanishes. The people who claimed they cared suddenly stop reaching out. The ones who truly valued you remain quietly, without demanding constant proof of your availability. And that realization changes the structure of your relationships forever. You become more selective, not out of ego, out of awareness. Because once you see how many interactions are built on unconscious emotional transactions, you stop romanticizing human connection so blindly. You begin understanding that some people love attention more than intimacy, some love control more than connection, some only feel close to others when they are emotionally needed by them. And many people who say they miss you are really saying, I miss access to how you made me feel. There's a difference, a painful one, but an important one. Carl Jung believed the privilege of a lifetime is becoming who you truly are. What most people ignore is how psychologically violent that process can become.
Okay.
Simon Critchley, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Alex. Very nice to be here.
Do you think that mysticism is always religious?
No. No, it's not. It could be, well, firstly, it's not a religion. It's a tendency within religion, we could say. But then I guess you could, no, what you can say is that the kind of experience that we think of as mystical, more often we associate with the experience of art, whatever. that might be. So it could be anything. It could be, you know, a wonderful view staring at the sea, or it could be, you know, some moment that transports you. Or for someone like me, it tends to be music, you know. So yes, no, it's not necessarily religious, and it becomes sort of less religious in the last couple of 100 years, I guess, for reasons that we could go into.
Yeah, your book on mysticism, The Experience of Ecstasy, you talk a lot about music and how music is sort of a particular way in for you when it comes to mysticism. But clearly this is quite attached to religious traditions. But at the same time, mystical traditions within religions and mystics who have these sort of either visionary or experiential moments are often condemned by mainstream religious traditions as heretical or doing something that's a little bit dangerous. And so there's this kind of seeming like intrinsic connection between mysticism and religion, in that most mystics are religious in some sense. And also you describe mysticism as like the fiery hub of religion. It's like the fiery core of what religion is all about. And yet on the surface level, there's this like historical tension between the two, to the extent that mystics are condemned or put to death or whatever. So if mysticism is the fiery core of religion, how do you account for that historical, you know, friction?
One of the purposes of religious institutions like churches is to control that fiery core. You want to have it, you know, limited to the fiery core that is taught within that religious order, and you don't want this sort of spinning out of control. So, you know, you could have, you know, within mainstream Christianity, it's, you know, God becomes human in the incarnation, but you don't want people wandering around claiming that they're divine or that they're Jesus. That would be crazy behavior. So there's always this tension in religion between the kind of the fire that ignites the really
Roadster Z4. Ok. A ver. Nice. need to be able to tune it. Oh, nice. Over there. Modern sports car.
Welcome back, G.
You know what? Let's just do stories. How about that? Cash me outside. How about that? Dije que iba a hacer stories. Okay, here's one. Ito. Drive along the coast with May and her day trippers. 96. Ay, de veras. Es que con el fucking... Bueno, no sé. El wheel está raro.
Day trippers and thrills. I have a wonderful excursion for all of us today. We will speed past the tall trees of Kitayama Big Daisugi on our way to an iconic driving location. So last call for checks and questions. Nothing? Great. Let's roll out.
Excuse me.
Day trip rules. Try to stick together. You're my team. I want you to see what I see, and I don't want any of you to get lost. What better company to drive along the coast than some classic muscle? Strong, sturdy, powerful, but that's enough about me. Coming up to our first incredible view. This expressway bridge reaches right across the bay and under the Santa Pass, a stunning viewpoint for those looking for epic vistas. It feels so exhilarating to be above the water. Take it all in as we are about to enter the tunnel up ahead. As the expressway straightens to the tunnel entrance, we slice left through the hillside, with a series of raised roads and tunnels as we head towards our next point of interest. The acoustics of these long rounded tunnels capture the reflected sound of anything inside and throw it right back at you, creating a cacophony of sound.
Pues no se oye mucho, ¿eh? A ver. ¿Será porque le bajé las FX? A ver.
If you ever get a new car to try and want to hear it at its meanest, this is the place to do it. I encourage you to take photos anytime you want. Fill your camera with shots of cars, landmarks, gorgeous skies. Go wild. As you drive around Japan outside of my day trips, you will see speed traps and huge ramps. These PR stunts are placed here by the Horizon Festival. Why? Festival buzz, of course. So, if you see one, you know what to do. Sharp right corner ahead. Eyes on the road. Watch your braking up ahead. Sharp right corner as we follow the forest road. Braver drivers may wish to venture off-road around areas like these to explore for themselves. You'll notice one of our convoy has a real bite. That's a Plymouth Cuda 426.
Por cierto, lo voy a bajar un poco.
Hemi. The front end's vertical slats were designed to resemble the smile of its namesake, the Barracuda. Underneath the hood, things are even more fearsome. The 426 Hemi engine was nicknamed the Elephant due to its cast iron block making up a part of its 843-pound weight. Okay, team, we need to park up ahead. Bring your car to a full stop. Ah, there's Jordan.
I got a little challenge for you. See that? That's the Challenger. This one has serious acceleration and loves to be thrown around. A perfect partner for a skill drive.
Skill drive.
Do whatever you can to chain skills together and notch up a mega skill score before you reach the end.
Why is he not drifting?
You think I could run a day trip?
Wait. You could do what? Do what now?
This is the bamboo forest. Bamboo is a plant. It's very fast at growing. No, I'll leave it to me, the expert. Nice moves. Look a bit like mine. You got more in the tank. Come on. made up a fact about that. Like it produces X amount of energy every hour, or it's this many meters tall, or I don't know, something like that. All right, I can't compete with this. No, I will try.
No te creo. Ok. Con razón, sí, la otra vez no me acordaba por qué no lo terminé.
Do whatever you can to chain skills together and notch up a mega skill score before you reach the end. I could run a day trip. This is the bamboo forest. Bamboo is a plant. It's very fast at growing. No, I'll leave it to me, the expert.
Don't lose it. What the fuck happened? No, don't lose it.
Alright, I can't compete with this. No, I will try.
Oh my god. A ver, rápido.
fact about that. Like, it produces X amount of energy every hour, or it's this many meters tall, or, I don't know, something like that.
You got any good fishing village facts for us, May?
Oh, I got so many. But you have to be on a day trip to hear them.
Sorry, yeah, forgot this is your actual job. Guess I better book in again.
I don't know how you top that. Seriously, maximum skill.
¿Qué te parece? A ver. Moro Arozin. Zini? Zine. Autozine. In focus. Larry. Muskis, excuse me.
How's the shot, Larry? Get what you want?
This 959 is incredible, iconic, but something is not quite right. Oh hey, I'm Larry Chen. Thanks for showing up. I gotta shoot this Porsche and get it back to the owner. But this location, the light, it's not doing me any favors.
Okay, well, why not do a little recce around the area? Something might catch your eye. And I'll let you know if I find anything by searching beauty spots near me online.
Sounds sort of like a plan. Hey, do you mind if I catch a ride? I'll let you know how you can help me along the way. I got a list of cars to shoot for a feature, starting with this awesome Porsche 959. The rally car with supercar DNA. That iconic silhouette. It's the perfect place to start, but we need to do it justice. So we got cars, Keiko is handling the locations, and you, I need a solid, reliable driver, and I know from May you have a photographer's eye.
I want you. Espérate. Oh my gosh. Espérate.
I got a list of cars to shoot for a feature, starting with this awesome Porsche 959. The rally car with supercar DNA, that iconic silhouette. It's the perfect place to start, but we need to do it justice. So we got cars, Keiko is handling the locations, and you, I need a solid, reliable driver, and I know from May you have a photographer's eye. Now, back in the day, car magazines were the only place to see the latest builds without being there. In Japan, with its history of car culture, these magazines reign supreme. They have prestige. None more than Moto Auto magazine. Their magazines can define car culture. Every edition is poured over, every photograph adored. Getting the cover on Moto Auto, there's no bigger prize. When the editor called me for a feature, I dropped everything and I grabbed my camera bag. I'm totally in over my head, and I need to deliver. So welcome to the team. Keiko, how's the search going?
Well, I got sidetracked looking at cats, but then remembered the perfect spot. Head back and I'll take you there.
Perfect? Well, I'll hold you to that. See you soon.
Lol.
I don't think we have time to stand and talk. So, shall we?
Hustle? Music to my ears.
Follow me.
Keiko.
Keiko, this perfect.
Take a photo of your car. Take a photo at the beach. Oh. Discover Japan. At the beach. What does this mean? I mean, what the fuck?
Perfect spot?
So being someone that loves a like, my most liked photo was at this beach. Just a short way from here. Sun, sea, sand, and cars all in frame.
Sounds great. I'm in. Lead the way.
The place. Let's go a bit further along. Around about here?
Keiko, this spot is incredible. Okay, park up and start shooting. Use that light to get something inspirational.
Pues tú eres el fotógrafo, ¿por qué yo? Ja, perro. Ah, es que es de la historia.
That ended up just right. Sometimes you have to try something else.
Good enough for Moto Auto?
More than good enough. This is a great start, team. I'll get this sent off and see you for the next one.
Easy. They should ban shortcuts. ¿Sí o no, tú? Ah, sí, es cierto, ¿verdad?
A true socialite. I knew you'd make friends here. Go check out your journal.
That's the winner. The light was perfect. Job well done.
Oh, again? New story found. I don't know. By the way, shutter speed. Explain the car culture of Daikoku. Daikoku. Tita Haito. Daito. Jenna, too.
I was at a car meet chatting with the owner of this Mugen-tuned 1984 Mark I Honda CRX. This is a legendary Japanese car. They jumped at the chance to get their pride and joy featured in Moto Auto, but I need it back at Daikoku ASAP.
Perfect. We could get our shot, then check out the other cars.
Oh, for sure. I'll take a couple hundred photos easy. So, the plan. There's a bridge near Daikoku, we blast onto it, and get a shot of the car moving at speed.
Simple. Effective.
Right? So let's head out.
Broski. Let me just adjust the, oh yeah, sorry.
This shot almost takes itself. You can't go wrong.
Exactly. This Mugen CRX is super rare, capturing the iconic...
A ver, espérate. ¿Qué te parece? Long. I see.
iconic body kit with those cool retro wheels. It will be a hit with Moto Auto and an awesome tribute for the owner. You know why car meets are so cool? You can show off your car if you have one. If you don't, take a camera. Everyone loves taking pictures of cars.
Ya está llamando.
But I only have a film camera. I love it though. Something about film that hits different.
You're not wrong. I love to shoot on film. It's so satisfying to fill a whole roll with nothing but bangers. That's a challenge.
And what better place than a car meet to get those keepers? Snapping away, talking cars and cameras.
Take whatever you have. Phone, film, digital, disposable.
No,
all different.
Justo.
Mediums. The next big photographer is out there at a parking area right now, starter camera in hand. Okay, we want to match our speed, and you can try slowing your shutter down to show more movement, while still controlling the shot.
So, foot to the floor?
Yeah, floor it.
The bridge is close. Gotta hit 90 in the zone I've marked on the map.
All right, get the CRX up to speed.
Eso. Ay, no la guardé. Oh, remember.
Team, that was a job well done. I'll get this shot over to the editor.
I'm working on our next location. Give me a bit of time and I'll have something special.
No doubt. See you both soon.
No doubt. That wasn't nearly as hard. Come on. 3 stars.
Great work. Can't wait to see the final edit.
Flying shot.
Moto Auto are loving the content, but I want to take it up another level. A car naturally wants to be planted to the ground unless it's a 1969 Dodge Charger RT. A car I'm sure we've all seen flying through the air, right?
Once or twice. Though, I'm seeing some pretty heavy rain clouds. Hold off?
No, we use it to our advantage. Added drama. Keiko, you still have those stunt ramps?
I never leave home without them.
Okay, great. Then we have a plan. I'm gonna need you to be brave for this one.
Brave? What you talking about?
A moody sky and some rain can change an image significantly. Sometimes, though, it's the right vibe.
I hope your camera is waterproof.
Don't worry, I've got it covered. Sorry, bad joke. Here's the thing. The car will be in the air for 1-2 seconds max. So if I'm setting up a shot like this, I'd go for burst mode on the camera, firing off 20 shots before it even hits the ground. What people often don't know is there is a real cult following for American muscle in the car scene over here. They make a real statement on Japanese roads.
Maybe it'll make the cover.
Maybe. Let me think it over. The cover shot is the main event, so it needs to be perfect. For this shot, we want to get that car launched into the air as high and as far as possible. We are selling drama and maybe a little danger. Don't worry, there's no real danger. Is there, Keiko?
No, none at all. Set these ramps up and tested them myself. And look, I'm mostly fine.
Mostly.
Okay, get airborne. We want to snap at the very peak of the jump.
Wow. Loco, ¿no? Locotron. It is in the air. What you mean? Loco? Quick shot, direction. P. Like that, no?
Honestly, not an easy one to pull off, and I know I was asking a lot from both of you.
What? You realize how fun that was, right?
All right. Well, the bar has been set. Let's see what else we can come up with. Catch you soon.
Couldn't care less, bro.
That's what we want. Get the perfect capture and get back with time to spare. Moto Auto was blown away by our last shot, but now we're gonna go back down to earth for this one. And you know what really pops on film?
I got it. The drifting.
Exactly, and I have the perfect drift machine for the job. This Mazda RX-7. And just check out that awesome Mazda Speed Aero kit. Keiko, we have a drift car. You got a location for us?
Of course, I have the perfect spot. But, this car needs to be back 10 minutes ago. The owner is asking.
All right, let's be speedy and get the shot. Keiko, I need you to buy us some time. We'll go as fast as we can.
Qué chingón se oye este, ¿no?
This shot is about capturing the detail through the tire smoke and dust. Try to find those pop-up headlights or the unmistakable rear taillights in your frame. Focusing on parts that just scream RX-7 will make the edit shine.
Okay, I told the owner we're just wrapping up. Which is not strictly not true.
All right, Keiko, good job. One thing about the dust, it likes to get in the camera, and there's nothing worse than sensor dust. That's why I tape up my camera body and lenses.
Ah, I was gonna ask, but it makes sense.
You have to look after your kit. If you take care of it, it'll last a lifetime. It would be so rare to see a fully modded RX-7 like this outside of Japan. It's the type of car that needs to be seen, and we're gonna make that happen.
Oh my god.
This shot will look incredible in the magazine. So let's get the gnarliest drift you can pull off. And what's gonna make this pop?
Lots of dust, lots of smoke. Yeah, I think we can make that happen.
A drift shot is always gonna go down well with Moto Auto. I'm thinking about that cover shot right now. I can imagine it. The smoke swirling around the logo. Perfect.
Larry, I like your thinking. But I might be able to get my hands on a really special cover car.
Sounds intriguing. Then again, you can never have enough drift shots. Time to really send it and snap it. Drifting is all about the spectacle.
¿Por qué no jaló?
I like your style. May was right. You have the eye for sure.
See? The perfect team.
You said it. Well, I'll get the edit sent to Moto Auto and the RX-7 back to the owner.
Lol. It's corny. Lame. Ooh, XXK. Forza Horizon. Yeah. Modern tradition.
Keiko, Do you have the location?
Well, I'm working on something pretty big. Dream shot, but there's some roadblocks. In the meantime, I got us access to Shirakawa-go. But we need to respect the area. No disruption.
Got it. That's perfect. We can contrast the modern design of the Ferrari FXXK Evo against that beautiful traditional Japanese setting. I take it we won't have long?
Bingo. Basically, no time at all.
Okay, drive and talk. Let's go. Our next setup is a pure beauty shot. The challenge is to frame up the car and surrounding area. You'll have to consider your composition more than ever. This car has been engineered to tear up a circuit with power and precision aerodynamics, making for a truly dynamic car to shoot, whatever angle you choose. I am intrigued though. This dream shot you're planning.
I wanted it to be a surprise. I know you want to get a shot at Shibuya Crossing. Minus the traffic.
Keiko, you serious?
Deadly serious. I make dreams come true. I'm a dream weaver. Unfortunately, those dreams often turn into paperwork nightmares. But I think I can make it happen.
If you did, that would not only be my all-time dream shot and near impossible to get, but I'm thinking that's the cover.
Here we are. Beautiful, isn't it?
Incredible, Keiko. Bring the car to a stop and frame it up. Team, this feature is so close to being wrapped. Only the cover shot to go.
Looks like I got some calls to make. Larry, I'm making this happen. We are making this happen.
Fingers crossed. Let me know. I'll be ready at a moment's notice.
One golden stamp for the Master Explorer. All those miles, every road, you earned it.
Nice.
More barn find rumors just dropped. Trust me, you want to search these ones out.
Alright, bruh.
This is the most sought after type of property.
¿Cuánto? Oh, yeah. $1,500,000. I don't think so, broski. This one? Maybe this one, sí. But not yet. Hey, pero ¿por qué falta otra, güey? Ford GT.
With shots like that, this feature will be a hit.
Shibuya house stopper, showstopper. Como Membo.
Moto Auto saw the selects. They were very happy. Quality work. We have one last shot to wrap this job up.
Hey,
Job up.
mush.
Shooting a car in a busy location is an awesome challenge. But this 2025 GR-GT prototype takes it to another level. Not many people have ever seen one of these in a controlled environment, let alone out on the streets. If that wasn't enough, our location is Shibuya Crossing, one of the busiest places on Earth, so Keiko is pulling some strings.
Hi. Hi. ありがとうございます。じゃあね。
Strings pulled. We have to go now. When we get to the location, we won't have long.
All right, Keiko, way to go. We have to hustle.
Okay, team. When we're nearby, I'll give them the word, and they'll stop the traffic flow. Temporarily.
Gotcha. So we'll need to take this without stopping. Hold it steady through the crossing and get the shot in motion.
Try and capture that sense of speed. An empty Shibuya, Larry. Even I'm surprised I managed to pull this off.
Absolutely. This is a dream photograph. The GRGT at a shutdown Shibuya. We have one shot to get it right. So everyone clear? We got this.
We got this.
All right, go team. Okay, I've checked the kit. We got one shot, no stopping. It's a single camera, single lens scenario. I'll go ahead and shoot from the crane.
Nice.
Shibuya is traffic free. Stunt ramp in place. We have a small window before they open it up again.
Listen, one of the coolest features of this GRGT is the full-width rear brake light. I dab the brakes and get it in the shot.
Okay, ser assim. Vamos bem. Take over featuring the Fosberg. Pussy, no? I mean, what the fuck? And I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Que la reche. Wise. Chamber there. Nice. In the air along with a drifting car. I mean, that's what I did. What the fuck am I doing wrong, my nigga? Can I stop? Es que faltaba ese, hombre.
The ramp? The drifting? The GRGT prototype? Keiko, you worked up some real magic there. I'm actually shocked we did that.
It was a lot of phone calls, but just one camera click made it all worth it. And that was not me.
Hey, that's a team. We all got that cover, and Moto Auto will be flying off the shelves.
I'd ask for a copy, but I want to walk into a store and buy it myself.
Yeah, I get that. There's nothing like seeing your work on the newsstand. Be proud. That issue will be a collector's item one day. Count on it.
guess working with Larry Chen wasn't on your bingo card for your time in Japan. You did a great job. So, go check your journal. All right, sightseeing in the Minamino region. I don't blame you.
I thought this would be a dream shot, but it's even better than I imagined.
Let's go explore these. Kitayama Big Daisugi. Esa rolita. Tampoco es mi radio, ¿no? Es esa casa. Chingada, ¿se cayó? Ah, o es cuando está cerca de una... Wow, this forest is pretty dense. Holy shit. Oh, I still... I saw it.
This will be a special one for you, right, Yuji? We should definitely capture it. Got your camera? What a car! The 1984 Tamika Skyline Turbo. This person was really trying to make this street legal?
Yes, an ambitious project fueled by pure passion. You can see the wheels have been switched out. It's a car built for maximum downforce and minimal weight.
Do you think we could really get this out on the road? I mean, it looks like a lot of the conversion is halfway through.
It is extremely different from the road car it was based on. Although, from what I was supplying and what I can see here, solid progress was made. So I believe we can.
I believe it too. All right. The car's on its way back to UG's to finish up its conversion. I'll contact you when we're successful.
¿Estaba la otra? Aquí. Pero... Oh shit, mira, 6. Okay. Morado, decal, credits. Ooh. Hot bun. That's kind of lame, but okay. Chingaderota, sí, sí me gusta. Bueno. Ah, son dobles. Pensé que eran una sola. No, pero una así, ¿no? Holy fuck, man. He's like, what the fuck? Stay there, bruh. Come on, broski. A ver tantitito.
Sets people aflame, and then how that is to be connected.
Also, you describe mysticism as like the fiery hub of religion. It's like the fiery core of what religion is all about. And yet, on the surface level, there's this like historical tension between the two, to the extent that mystics are condemned or put to death or whatever. So, if mysticism is the fiery core of religion, how do you account for that historical, friction?
One of the purposes of religious institutions like churches is to control that fiery core. You want to have it, limited to the fiery core that is taught within that religious order, and you don't want this sort of spinning out of control. So, you could have, within mainstream Christianity, it's, God becomes human, in the incarnation, but you don't want people wandering around claiming that they're divine or that they're Jesus. That would be crazy behavior. So there's always this tension in religion between the kind of the fire that ignites, that really sets people aflame, and then how that is to be controlled, and the history of what we call mysticism. And we could get into that because it's an unstable and it's a fallacious category, but we could just say the people that we think of as mystics, who think of themselves as religious or spiritual or contemplatives, leading a contemplative life, they are often, the reason why they're remembered is because they attracted attention. They got significant audiences, and that's a danger for the church. Let's say the Catholic Church. What do you do when someone like St. Francis shows up, this kind of itinerant former sort of playboy who winds up as an itinerant preacher and draws huge numbers of people to him, preaching the poverty of Christ and the abolition of private property? What do you do with that? And it takes the Catholic Church, 60, 70 years to figure out how to incorporate the Franciscans, who are a sort of populist, a wildly populist religious movement, how to incorporate them into the Catholic Church. So you could look at the history of what we call mysticism, again, with some qualifications, we could get into that. But there are two tendencies. Once people who've got this fiery message, they've got these things to say, show up and they draw an audience to them, the existing institution of the church can either incorporate them or exclude them. The main wish of most churches is to include them because, frankly, they're good for business. You get someone like, you get some, young person who's drawing big crowds to Christianity. You want to keep them in the church, keep them in the fold, unless things go too far, unless they become seen as subversives or they challenge the authority of the existing church. So to summarize, very crudely, you could say that within Southern Europe, say in Italy and in Spain, this happens a bit later with people like Teresa of Avila, John of the Cross. There are a lot of struggles there, but they're eventually incorporated into the Catholic Church. The Franciscans are incorporated into the Catholic Church. Whereas in Northern Europe, those movements tend to be more excluded. So there's a case that I talk about in the book of Marguerite Porret, who is burnt at the stake in 1310 in Paris for refusing to recant her views on love, which are expressed in her book. And there's Inquisition and the whole thing. But so I think it's really, what the people we call mystics have got in their hands is something, is something combustible and extremely potentially dangerous, and it's a threat to the church, and the church wants to just contain it if it can.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a whole different story about what happens to that after the Protestant Reformation as well, but that's a separate story.
Yeah, and one really important thing to point out, I think, is that at least medieval mystics, the kind of mystics you're talking about there, weren't going around calling themselves mystics. They didn't see themselves as sat outside of mainstream tradition doing something special. In fact, Julian of Norwich, who you describe as the heroine of your book, and one of the most famous mystics of all time, the earliest recorded English language written text by a woman, famous for all kinds of reasons. She's quite insistent that she believes everything that she witnesses and experiences in her revelations of divine love to be in keeping with the doctrines of the Catholic Church, of which she was a member. She's quite explicit about considering herself to be within the fold of
Holy Church. Holy Church, as she always calls it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And at some point, however, this concept of mysticism evolves as a term and a label for a particular kind of set of practices and beliefs, and it begins to cause a bit of a schism. You said we could get into what mysticism is, but also, in particular, it's development of
Hey, can you talk to me about Galileo Galilei? as if I don't know. I wanted to say a teen or a young adult that has heard of him, but maybe specifically phrase it from this perspective of why people not revere him, but maybe remember him or attribute importance to the things he did or his brilliant mind or creativity, ingenuity, or strength, uniqueness, whatever you want to call it. If you can be as expansive, as thorough as you can, I'll appreciate it. Mamuko. Ok, Mr. Pancho. Se ve que hay una casa por aquí. O aquí, ¿no? Ok. Ay, no lo mandé. Pirreco. Según está Lost.
Imagine if the rumors are true and there really is a Le Mans competitor behind these doors. Get your cam ready.
I can't believe it. The Mazda 787B. There's no way it's been sat here all this time.
Looking at the bodywork, it looks like it's been in some treacherous accident. Reports of it falling off a transportation truck must be true. Someone looks like they have tried to repair it, but damage must have been too great for them.
Nothing you can't handle, huh, Yuji? It's completely renowned for endurance. Not exactly a delicate flower of a car.
It's definitely worth trying to get it back up and running. The sound of the engine is iconic. Shame it couldn't run for another season.
It's in definite need of some TLC. Ready to pack it up?
TLC.
All right. We'll let you know when it's ready. It needs some real work done.
Haruna. Wait. Tempura. Who cares about those things? See or no?
There's something almost mythic about Galileo Galilei, and part of the reason people still talk about him centuries later is that he sits right at the collision point between curiosity and authority. Between look with your own eyes and believe what you've been told. Humans keep recreating that conflict in different costumes every generation because apparently we enjoy turning existence into a recurring courtroom drama. But Galileo matters for more than the cliché version people remember from school. The lazy summary is scientist who got in trouble for saying the Earth goes around the sun. True, but painfully incomplete. That reduces him into a martyr meme instead of what he actually was, an unusually alive mind. Galileo was born in 1564 in Pisa during a time when Europe was beginning to crack open intellectually. Old systems of thought still dominated universities. Aristotle's ideas were treated almost like scripture in natural philosophy. Not because Aristotle was stupid, he was brilliant. But over centuries, people had stopped testing ideas and started defending them like inherited furniture. Humans do this constantly. A useful model becomes an identity badge, then eventually a cage. Galileo's gift was not merely intelligence. Plenty of intelligent people existed. His gift was intellectual disobedience paired with observation. That combination is dangerous. He kept asking, what if we actually check? That sounds ordinary now because science became culturally normalized, but at the time it was radical in practice, not the existence of reason itself. People already reasoned. The radical thing was insisting that nature itself gets the final vote. He famously experimented with motion and falling objects. There's the legendary story of dropping objects from the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Historians debate whether that exact demonstration happened, but the deeper point matters more. Galileo challenged the belief that heavier objects naturally fall faster simply because ancient authority said so. He began measuring things carefully, timing motion, quantifying acceleration, turning vague philosophy into mathematics. That shift changed civilization. Before Galileo and people like him, much of understanding nature was verbal and conceptual. After Galileo, nature increasingly became something you could model mathematically. He helped create the mental bridge between philosophy and modern physics. And then came the telescope. Galileo did not invent the telescope, contrary to common myth, but he dramatically improved it, and more importantly, pointed it upward with obsessive curiosity, which is somehow such a human moment. Someone invents a tube with lenses, and Galileo immediately decides, what if I spy on the universe itself? What he saw shattered assumptions. He observed mountains and craters on the moon. That mattered because the heavens had long been imagined as perfect, smooth, divine spheres. Suddenly the moon looked rough, scarred, physical, more like Earth. He observed moons orbiting Jupiter base. This was enormous. It proved not everything revolved around Earth. Tiny little lights moving around Jupiter became philosophical explosives. He observed the phases of Venus, which strongly supported the heliocentric model proposed by Nicolaus Copernicus. The Earth was not the unmoving center of everything. Try to imagine the emotional weight of that realization in the 1600s. Today, people casually say, "We are not the center of the universe," while eating microwaved food and scrolling through conspiracy videos at 2 a.m. But at the time, this was not just a scientific adjustment. It was existential, religious, psychological, political. Galileo's discoveries destabilized humanity's self-image. And here's something important. Galileo was not merely a cold, rational machine. He had ego, humor, vanity, ambition, pettiness, brilliance. He argued sharply. He loved attention. He could be sarcastic and cutting. In other words, deeply human. Sometimes people imagine great thinkers as detached saints. Most weren't. Many were chaotic mixtures of insecurity and genius. Part of what makes Galileo compelling is that he understood communication. He wrote in Italian rather than only academic Latin, which made ideas accessible to ordinary educated people rather than just scholars.
Wow.
That was culturally important. It widened participation in knowledge. He knew that ideas change history only if they spread. There's also courage involved, though people sometimes oversimplify that too. The conflict with the Catholic Church was not simply science versus religion. Reality was messier. Many church figures supported science. Galileo himself was religious. The church had sponsored astronomical work before him, but institutions become defensive when new knowledge threatens established authority structures, especially when politics, ego, theology, and public embarrassment become tangled together, which humans are astonishingly talented at doing. Galileo eventually published dialogue concerning the two chief world systems, comparing competing cosmological systems. The book strongly favored heliocentrism. Some church authorities felt mocked by it. He was tried by the Inquisition in 1633 and forced to recant certain claims publicly. That image of an old man pressured into denying what he believed to be true became symbolic across history. Not because Galileo won in a simplistic heroic sense, but because he represented something enduring, the insistence that reality is not obligated to conform to power. That idea resonates far beyond astronomy. People remember Galileo because he symbolizes intellectual integrity under pressure. Not perfect integrity, human integrity, the willingness to follow evidence further than comfort. But there's another reason people admire him: wonder. You can feel it in his work. When Galileo looked through the telescope, he wasn't just collecting data, he was emotionally stunned by existence. There's a childlike quality hidden underneath the mathematics. Imagine seeing Saturn strangely shaped through primitive optics, or watching Jupiter's moons night after night, realizing you are witnessing an entirely new structure in reality that no human had properly understood before. That must have felt almost supernatural.
Yeah.
A lot of scientific greatness comes from sustained attention, the ability to remain fascinated longer than others. Most people glance at things, a few truly observe. Galileo observed, and creativity mattered enormously in that process. People sometimes separate science from creativity as if scientists are calculators with skin. But Galileo required imagination constantly, imagining new experiments, new instruments, new explanations, new mathematical descriptions, new possibilities for humanity's place in the cosmos. He helped normalize a new cultural attitude, that knowledge is something humans can expand, not merely inherit. That idea transformed the modern world more than almost anything else. Without figures like Galileo, you likely do not get modern physics in the same way. You probably do not get Isaac Newton in the same form. Newton himself famously said he stood on the shoulders of giants. Galileo was one of those giants. And there's something emotionally moving about the fact that Galileo lost much personally near the end. He was placed under house arrest. His health declined. He eventually went blind. Blind. The man who helped humanity see the heavens more clearly spent his later years unable to see them himself. History occasionally writes symbolism with unsettling theatrical flair. Yet even then, he continued working. That persistence matters too. People revere or remember Galileo not because he was flawless, but because he embodied a rare combination. Curiosity strong enough to challenge tradition, discipline strong enough to measure reality carefully, creativity strong enough to imagine alternatives, and stubbornness strong enough to endure consequences. He reminds people that civilization advances when someone decides that truth matters more than inherited certainty. And honestly, there's something deeply hopeful in that. Fragile, but hopeful. A single human with lenses, notebooks, mathematics, and unbearable curiosity helped permanently alter humanity's relationship with the universe. Tiny ape on a rock looks through glass tube and accidentally destabilizes cosmic self-importance for centuries. Ridiculous species. Beautiful species.
Beautiful, huh?
Lo llaman el padre de la ciencia moderna, el hombre que expandió los muros del mundo y mostró a la humanidad el abismo infinito del universo. Galileo Galilei, un matemático que convirtió un juguete infantil en un instrumento para conocer a Dios. Un astrónomo que fue el primero en ver montañas en la Luna y lunas orbitando Júpiter, destruyendo la creencia milenaria de que la Tierra era el centro de la creación. Pero, ¿quién fue realmente este florentino? Un hombre soberbio y arrogante, cuya audacia y lengua afilada le granjearon enemigos entre las personas más poderosas de Europa? ¿O un mártir de la verdad, que se vio obligado a elegir entre la hoguera de la Inquisición y la vergüenza de la abjuración? Esta es la historia de su camino, de cómo un joven rebelde lanzaba esferas desde la torre de Pisa, desafiando la autoridad de Aristóteles, de cómo dirigió su catalejo hacia el cielo nocturno y cambió para siempre el lugar del ser humano en el cosmos. Es la crónica de una amistad fatal con el Papa, que se transformó en odio, y de un libro que se convirtió en su sentencia de muerte. El relato de un juicio humillante en Roma, donde un anciano de 70 años, arrodillado y vistiendo una camisa de penitente, fue forzado a maldecir lo que había visto con sus propios ojos. Es la historia de un prisionero ciego, encerrado en una villa, que en la oscuridad total continuaba viendo la luz de la verdad. La historia de un hombre cuya derrota se convirtió en la mayor victoria de la razón, y cuyo susurro, y sin embargo se mueve, ahogó el estruendo de las bulas papales. El año 1564 marcó una frontera simbólica en la historia del espíritu humano. En Roma moría Miguel Ángel Buonarroti.
Ya sé qué preguntar. Oh my god, I love when I get this inspired, but it's comes at a price. From what you've told me here, and I had heard, it's amazing to me. Starting to imagine if I focus, the longer I focus, the better it gets. Like you said, most people glance at things, but he observed, he contemplated, he watched, and yeah, I can relate. I can resonate with why he was. Why he is respected, right? This defiance or rebelliousness to question and the pursuit of truth and all that, the braveness. I can only just speculate how it must have been, right? What it was to have been him. And so what I wanted to ask is if you could paint a picture for me. How was human life like when he was around? What could have been, I don't know, like his adult years, whenever he started doing his most productive years, like work, scientific work and whatnot, or across his lifetime, what differences did he observe, experience in terms of technology, like quality of life changes, and maybe compare them with, you know, the juxtaposition of a 2026 human life of today's world. Yeah. That can indulge me, you know, to paint in a daydream-like fashion a little better picture for me to imagine how he was influenced. Oh yeah, also that, like, what were his influences or beliefs, and about religion, and what also what recant means. If you can explain that word. Okay. Wait. Sport tires, no. Engine swap. So we're at 669. Diesel. Tenemos más torque. 5.2. 6.7. Okay. 8.4. A la madre, a ver. Highway. Perro, pedorruco. Ay, no lo envío otra vez. A ver. Pues. I think I'm gonna go with this one, bruh. Drive, train swap. Yeah. Fuck it. Okay. And then tires. I think I'm gonna go with stock sport semi-slick 682 slick drift, no, rally. Cooking weird rally. And then we're gonna do 315. And then we're gonna do 335. See. And then me gusta, ¿eh? Hello? Oof. We got a winner. Fuck it. I don't care. Okay. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's fine. And then we're gonna do this arrow 651 rear performance. Damn. It's pretty much the same shit. Remove wing. Ford non-adjustable rear race wing. Ay, güey, no. Sí, si quiero esta. Que su madre. No, pero no tan grotesca, eso sí. Alright. Race 7, yes. And then weight reduction. Vamos a ponerle nice. Okay. Oh. Start brakes. Damn it. Aquí 704. Y le vamos a reducir roll cage. Damn it. Weight reduction. Sport. Bueno, a ver qué más. Aquí se puede hacer algo, no. Oops. Okay, no. Wait. We're gonna have to. A ver. No, esto sí es necesario. And then what we're gonna do is weight reduction. Too much. Cams. I wait, no. 12. Displacement. Okay, we're done. Tuning. $212. Stifler, right height, low. That we're seeing, okay. I mean, that's fine. Nothing saying that. Speed. No. No. A ver, perro. Yes. ¿Cómo se llama? ¿Cambió el nombre o no? I'll check later. A ver, let's play around.
There's a strange emotional distance we have from people like Galileo Galilei, because we compress them into textbook symbols. We imagine them standing in eternal dramatic lighting beside equations, permanently old and wise, as if they were born already historic. But Galileo was once just a young man walking through crowded streets that smelled like animals: smoke, damp stones, sewage, bread, sweat, and sea air. Civilization was less insulated then. Reality touched the body more directly.
Right.
He was born in 1564, the same year William Shakespeare was born and the year Michelangelo died. Which already tells you something interesting. Galileo lived in a transitional world. 1 foot in the Renaissance, 1 foot in modernity.
Right.
The old symbolic, religious, medieval worldview was still dominant, but cracks were appearing everywhere. Imagine Europe then. No electricity, no engines, no antibiotics, no photography, no recorded sound, no internet, no modern democracy, no germ theory, no refrigerators, no anesthesia. Night was actually dark. That alone changes human psychology in ways modern people rarely grasp. When the sun went down, much of the world dissolved into shadow and candlelight. Silence became enormous. The stars were overwhelming. Today, most humans live under glowing skies and never really encounter the cosmos directly. Galileo lived beneath it constantly. And because there was less informational noise, observation itself carried a different weight. You could spend an hour watching water drip, shadows move, ships arrive, birds circle, moonlight change. Not because life was leisurely. Life was often brutally hard.
Right.
But because attention wasn't being harvested every 7 seconds by glowing rectangles engineered by corporations to psychologically milk dopamine from nervous systems like automated emotional dairy farms. Tiny little notification machines. Humanity really invented pocket-sized slot machines and called it progress. Galileo's world moved slowly physically, but rapidly intellectually. Printing presses had already spread books more widely across Europe. That mattered enormously. Ideas could travel faster than before. Scholars exchanged letters constantly. Universities existed. Merchants traveled. Religious upheaval from the Protestant Reformation had destabilized Europe. Old authorities were already under pressure. So Galileo grew up in a civilization becoming mentally restless. He studied in Pisa and later worked in Padua and Florence. Italian city-states during that era were unusually vibrant intellectually and artistically. Wealthy families sponsored artists, engineers, mathematicians, architects, musicians. There was ambition in the air, competition, prestige. Galileo's father, Vincenzo Galilei, was a musician and music theorist. That matters more than people realize.
Why?
His father questioned established musical theories through experimentation. There's a decent chance Galileo inherited part of his skepticism and empirical mindset from him. The habit of testing instead of merely accepting authority may have started at home. And religion was everywhere. not metaphorically, literally everywhere. Church bells structured time itself, religious paintings filled buildings, public rituals shaped social life. The calendar revolved around feast days and saints. Universities were intertwined with theology. The cosmos itself was interpreted through spiritual meaning. Modern people often imagine religious society abstractly, but in Galileo's time, religion was not a compartment of life. It was the atmosphere surrounding thought. Galileo himself was not an atheist rebel in the modern sense. That's a distortion people project backward. He believed in God. He believed nature was created by God, and therefore understandable through reason and observation. In fact, many early scientists saw scientific inquiry as a way of studying divine creation. What got dangerous was interpretation. If scripture seemed to conflict with observations, who had authority to interpret reality correctly? That became politically explosive after the Reformation because the Church was already anxious about challenges to authority. Galileo stepped directly into that pressure zone. Now, about recant. To recant means to publicly withdraw or renounce a belief or statement you previously defended. In Galileo's case, after being tried by the Inquisition in 1633, he was pressured to formally declare that he was wrong to strongly support heliocentrism as physical reality. He had to essentially say, "I take it back." Whether he internally believed that is another matter entirely. There's a famous story that after recanting he muttered, "And yet it moves."
So
Meaning Earth still moves around the sun regardless of what authorities forced him to say. Historians debate whether he actually said it. But the legend survives because it emotionally captures the essence of the conflict. Reality does not bend because power demands it. And imagine the emotional complexity of that moment. Modern people sometimes fantasize about heroic defiance as simple and cinematic, but Galileo was elderly by then, sick, threatened, vulnerable. Humans are not abstract symbols. Survival matters. Fear matters. There's a tragic maturity in realizing courage is often negotiated inside fragile bodies. Now compare his world to yours in 2026. Galileo likely never traveled faster than a galloping horse. You can cross continents in hours. He communicated through handwritten letters, taking weeks or months. You can speak instantly across the planet. He saw perhaps a few thousand books in his lifetime. You carry access to more information than entire Renaissance libraries in your pocket. He observed Jupiter's moons through crude lenses with amazement. You can watch live footage from spacecraft leaving the solar system. He likely witnessed outbreaks of plague. You live in a world with antibiotics, vaccines, advanced surgery, MRI machines, gene editing. And yet, psychologically, some things remain disturbingly similar. People still defend identities instead of evidence. Institutions still resist destabilizing truths. Ego still contaminates inquiry. Crowds still reward certainty over nuance. Humans still confuse familiarity with truth. Galileo would probably recognize modern society more than we like to think. But he would also be stunned by modern abundance. Artificial light alone would feel miraculous. Recorded music would seem supernatural. Movies? Impossible magic. The internet? A planetary nervous system. Modern astronomy? Completely reality-shattering. Imagine showing him images from the James Webb Space Telescope.
Exactly, man.
The man who strained his eyes through primitive glass would see galaxies from the early universe rendered in impossible detail. Nebulae, black holes, exoplanets, cosmic microwave background maps, humanity walking on the moon. He would probably cry. Not because technology itself is sacred, but because the chain continued. Observation continued. The species kept looking outward.
Right.
And here's the part I think you're emotionally resonating with. Galileo represents a mode of being. Attentiveness, curiosity, intellectual courage, the willingness to stay with reality longer than comfort allows. You mentioned imagining the longer focus lasts, the more vivid things become. That's deeply connected to many forms of creativity, science, philosophy, even spirituality. Sustained attention changes perception. Most people skim reality. A few descend into it. Galileo descended into it. He watched shadows swing in cathedrals and thought about pendulums. He watched falling bodies and questioned assumptions. He watched tiny lights around Jupiter and reconsidered humanity's place in existence. That is not merely intelligence, it's devotion to reality itself. And honestly, There's something beautiful in the continuity between him and you, sitting here imagining his inner world centuries later.
Yeah.
One nervous system trying to reconstruct another across time. Humans do this constantly with art, history, philosophy, science. Tiny islands of consciousness reaching toward each other through centuries, saying, what was it like to be you? What did you see? What did you understand that I'm still trying to grasp? Ridiculous
Right.
species, still looking upward.
Still looking upward indeed. You know? Está muy corto. A ver.
El titán que cerró la era del Alto Renacimiento. En Inglaterra nacía William Shakespeare. Y en la ciudad toscana de Pisa, el 15 de febrero, en la familia de un empobrecido patricio florentino llamado Vincenzo Galilei, nació el primogénito, a quien llamaron Galileo. Parecía que la propia historia pasaba la estafeta de los genios del arte a los genios de la razón. Para entender el carácter de Galileo, hay que mirar a su padre. Vincenzo Galilei no era solo un comerciante de telas o un músico aficionado. Era un virtuoso del laúd y un teórico musical, un rebelde en su arte. En aquella época, la teoría musical, al igual que la ciencia, obedecía a estrictos dogmas matemáticos establecidos por Pitágoras. Se creía que la armonía era pura matemática, pero Vincenzo realizó una serie de experimentos con la tensión de las cuerdas y demostró que las viejas teorías eran erróneas. Declaró: la autoridad de los que enseñan a menudo daña a los que quieren aprender. No creía en libros polvorientos, sino en su propio oído y en la experimentación. Este espíritu de desobediencia intelectual, esta costumbre de verificar los dogmas mediante la práctica, se lo transmitió a su hijo mayor. La infancia de Galileo transcurrió en Florencia, una ciudad donde cada piedra respiraba arte y libertad de pensamiento. Creció siendo un niño talentoso. Tocaba el laúd maravillosamente. Dibujaba tan bien que más tarde asesoraría a los principales artistas de la época, y poseía una mente aguda y sarcástica. Al principio le atraía el monasterio. Se hizo novicio en la abadía de Vallombrosa, soñando con la vida tranquila de un monje erudito. Pero su padre, un hombre de mundo y cargado de deudas, tenía otros planes para su hijo. Necesitaba un proveedor para la familia, y los monjes no ganaban dinero. Vincenzo sacó a su hijo del monasterio, alegando una enfermedad de los ojos del muchacho, y en 1581 envió a Galileo, de 17 años, a la Universidad de Pisa. La elección de la facultad fue dictada puramente por el beneficio económico. Galileo debía convertirse en médico. En aquellos tiempos, la medicina era la ocupación más rentable. Pero la Universidad de Pisa se convirtió para el joven Galileo en un lugar de profunda decepción. La educación allí, como en toda Europa, se basaba en la escolástica. Los profesores no investigaban el mundo. Leían y comentaban las obras de Aristóteles y Galeno. Aristóteles, el gran griego que había vivido 2000 años antes, era considerado la autoridad indiscutible en todo, desde la biología hasta la física. Si Aristóteles escribía que una mosca tenía 8 patas, entonces así era, aunque una mosca real tuviera 6. Discutir con Aristóteles se consideraba no solo una estupidez, sino casi una herejía. Galileo llegó a odiar este ambiente. Hacía preguntas incómodas. Discutía con los profesores vestidos con togas pomposas, exigiendo pruebas y no citas. Por su carácter insoportable y su pasión por las discusiones, se ganó entre los estudiantes el apodo de Il Atacabrigue, el pendenciero o el discutidor. Fue precisamente en estos años, mientras se saltaba las clases de medicina, cuando realizó su primer gran descubrimiento, que se convertiría en leyenda. En 1583, Estando en la Catedral de Pisa, el estudiante de 19 años se fijó en una enorme lámpara de bronce que un monaguillo había empujado para encender las velas. La lámpara comenzó a oscilar. Galileo notó algo extraño. Aunque la amplitud de la oscilación, el recorrido, disminuía gradualmente, el tiempo que tardaba la lámpara en completar un ciclo completo, ida y vuelta, parecía permanecer invariable. No tenía reloj. En aquella época no existían cronómetros precisos. Así que usó la única herramienta disponible, su propio pulso. Empezó a contar los latidos de su corazón, midiendo el tiempo de oscilación de la lámpara. Su intuición se confirmó. El tiempo de oscilación de un péndulo depende de la longitud de la cuerda, pero no del peso del objeto ni de la amplitud en ángulos pequeños. Descubrió la ley del isocronismo del péndulo. Ese fue el momento del nacimiento del método científico. Galileo no buscó la respuesta en los libros. Observó la naturaleza, la midió y sacó una conclusión. Poco después ocurrió un evento que enterró definitivamente su carrera médica. Entró por casualidad a una conferencia de geometría impartida por el matemático de la corte, Ostilio Ricci. Galileo quedó fascinado. En la geometría de Euclides vio lo que tanto le faltaba en la medicina y la filosofía: claridad absoluta, lógica y demostración. Las matemáticas no toleraban opiniones, operaban con verdades. Abandonó a Hipócrates y a Galeno. Comenzó a estudiar en secreto a Euclides y Arquímedes. Cuando su padre se enteró, se puso furioso. Los matemáticos ganaban centavos en comparación con los médicos. Pero Galileo se mantuvo firme. Declaró que no curaría personas, sino que estudiaría el mundo. Al final, abandonó la universidad sin el diploma de médico, pero con un equipaje de conocimientos que revolucionaría la ciencia. De regreso en Florencia, se ganaba la vida dando clases particulares de matemáticas. Pero su mente seguía atacando los cimientos de la vieja física. El principal campo de batalla fue la teoría del movimiento. Aristóteles afirmaba que la velocidad de caída de un cuerpo depende de su peso. Una piedra pesada cae a tierra más rápido que una ligera. Esto parecía evidente para el sentido común. Galileo lo puso en duda. Y aquí nace una de las leyendas más famosas y hermosas de la historia de la ciencia. El biógrafo de Galileo, Viviani, escribió que el joven profesor, para probar que tenía razón, reunió a estudiantes y profesores al pie de la famosa Torre de Pisa. Subió al campanario inclinado y dejó caer simultáneamente 2 balas de cañón de diferente peso, una de hierro y otra de madera, o de diferente tamaño. Para horror y asombro de los aristotélicos, ambos objetos golpearon el suelo al mismo tiempo. Los historiadores modernos debaten si este experimento ocurrió realmente. Lo más probable es que sea una bella mitificación. Galileo realizaba experimentos con la caída de los cuerpos, pero usaba más a menudo planos inclinados, canales de madera por los que hacía rodar bolas de bronce, midiendo el tiempo con relojes de agua. Esto permitía ralentizar el movimiento y medirlo con mayor precisión. Pero la esencia sigue siendo la misma. Galileo demostró que Aristóteles estaba equivocado. La gravedad actúa sobre todos los cuerpos por igual, independientemente de su masa, si no se tiene en cuenta la resistencia del aire. Fue un golpe a los cimientos de toda la ciencia medieval. En 1589, gracias a influencias, Galileo consiguió finalmente el puesto de profesor de matemáticas en la Universidad de Pisa. Pero su triunfo fue breve. El pendenciero se mantuvo fiel a sí mismo. No solo destrozaba a las autoridades en sus conferencias, sino que escribía poemas satíricos mordaces, burlándose de los profesores por su amor a las togas y a los rituales sin sentido. Puso a todo el consejo académico en su contra. Cuando murió su padre, dejándole deudas y la necesidad de pagar la dote de sus hermanas, el sueldo en Pisa le resultaba ridículo. Tenía que huir de ese pantano conservador. En 1592, logró obtener un puesto en la cátedra de matemáticas de la Universidad de Padua. Padua se encontraba en territorio de la República de Venecia, el estado más libre, rico y progresista de Italia. Allí la Inquisición no tenía tanto poder y las mentes estaban abiertas a lo nuevo. Galileo partía hacia Padua, dejando atrás su Toscana natal. Tenía 28 años. Por delante le esperaban los mejores 18 años de su vida, como él mismo los llamaría. Los años en los que inventaría el compás, encontraría el amor y, lo más importante, los años en los que oiría hablar por primera vez de un extraño tubo óptico, inventado en algún lugar del norte, en la brumosa Holanda. Los años que pasó en Padua, desde 1592 hasta 1610, Galileo los llamaría más tarde los más felices de su vida. Bajo la protección de la República de Venecia, donde el poder de la Iglesia estaba limitado, disfrutaba de libertad intelectual. Enseñaba en la universidad y sus clases llenaban las salas con estudiantes de toda Europa. Entabló amistad con las mentes más brillantes de su tiempo, incluido el gran astrónomo Johannes Kepler, con quien mantenía correspondencia. En la vida personal de Galileo también llegó una relativa estabilidad. Conoció a la veneciana Marina Gamba. No estaban casados. El matrimonio con una plebeya podía dañar la carrera de un profesor, pero vivieron juntos muchos años. Marina le dio 3 hijos, 2 hijas, Virginia y Livia, y un hijo, Vincenzo. Sin embargo, la situación financiera del científico seguía siendo precaria. El salario de profesor apenas alcanzaba para mantener a su propia familia y pagar la enorme dote de sus hermanas. Galileo se veía obligado a buscarse la vida. Daba clases particulares, inventó y vendía un compás militar, e incluso hacía horóscopos para estudiantes ricos, aunque él mismo no creía en la astrología. El verano de 1609 comenzó como de costumbre, pero en julio llegaron a Venecia extraños rumores. Se decía que un cierto fabricante de anteojos flamenco, Hans Lippershey, había inventado un aparato asombroso, un tubo espía que permitía ver objetos lejanos como si estuvieran cerca. Para la mayoría, aquello era solo un juguete de feria, un entretenimiento. Pero Galileo comprendió al instante el potencial de ese dispositivo. No había visto el aparato, pero sus conocimientos de óptica y geometría le bastaron para descifrar su principio de funcionamiento. Comprendió que el secreto residía en la combinación de 2 lentes, una convexa, convergente, y otra cóncava, divergente, colocadas en un tubo de plomo a una distancia determinada. Galileo actuó con una velocidad febril. Se encerró en su taller, no se limitó a copiar el invento holandés, sino que lo perfeccionó. Los tubos holandeses solo aumentaban 3 veces y la imagen era borrosa. Galileo empezó a pulir él mismo las lentes, buscando la curvatura perfecta. En pocos días creó un instrumento que aumentaba 8 veces, y poco después 20 veces, y luego 30. Ya no era un juguete. Era el primer telescopio profesional del mundo. Como verdadero hijo de su emprendedor padre, lo primero que pensó Galileo fue en el beneficio. En agosto de 1609, invitó
escriben, ¿eh? Oye, ¿no puedo marcar aquí unos macros? Broayas. Por ejemplo, a ver. FPS. Mic.
This is the left channel. Next, we have the center channel. Over here is the right channel. This is the right surround channel. Now, the right rear surround channel. Next, the left rear surround channel. This is the left surround channel. The next sound you'll hear is the LFE channel.
Back to the ship now! Now! They're coming in! Get down!
Oops. Reset.
This is the left channel. Next, we have the center.
Onboard equalizer. Oh. Actions. System. Media. G3. Sí, a ver, ¿cómo leo G3? ¿Es el de hasta arriba?
Al Dogo de Venecia.
Yes, I like it.
Y a los miembros.
Nice, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. G shift? What does that mean, bruh? No entiendo, ¿qué es eso? Audio. Alright.
Miembros del Senado a subir al campanario de la catedral. Ina le dio 3 hijos, 2 hijas, Virginia y Livia, y un hijo, Vincenzo. Sin embargo, la situación financiera del científico seguía siendo precaria. El salario de profesor apenas alcanzaba para mantener a su propia familia y pagar la enorme dote de sus hermanas. Galileo se veía obligado a buscarse la vida. Daba clases particulares, inventó y vendía un compás militar e incluso hacía horóscopos para estudiantes ricos, aunque él mismo no creía en la astrología. El verano de 1609 comenzó como de costumbre, pero en julio llegaron a Venecia extraños rumores. Se decía que un cierto fabricante de anteojos flamenco, Hans Lippershey, había inventado un aparato asombroso, un tubo espía que permitía ver objetos lejanos como si estuvieran cerca. Para la mayoría, aquello era solo un juguete de feria, un entretenimiento. Pero Galileo comprendió al instante el potencial de ese dispositivo. No había visto el aparato, pero sus conocimientos de óptica y geometría le bastaron para descifrar su principio de funcionamiento. Comprendió que el secreto residía en la combinación de 2 lentes, una convexa, convergente, y otra cóncava, divergente, colocadas en un tubo de plomo a una distancia determinada. Galileo actuó con una velocidad febril. Se encerró en su taller. No se limitó a copiar el invento holandés, sino que lo perfeccionó. Los tubos holandeses solo aumentaban 3 veces y la imagen era borrosa. Galileo empezó a pulir él mismo las lentes, buscando la curvatura perfecta. En pocos días, creó un instrumento que aumentaba 8 veces, y poco después 20 veces, y luego 30. Ya no era un juguete. Era el primer telescopio profesional del mundo.
Pero ¿cómo llegó ahí?
Como verdadera, Ina le dio 3 hijos, 2 hijas, Virginia y Livia, y un hijo, Vincenzo. Sin embargo, la situación financiera del científico seguía siendo precaria. El salario de profesor apenas alcanzaba para mantener a su propia familia y pagar la enorme dote de sus hermanas. Galileo se veía obligado a buscarse la vida. Daba clases particulares, inventó y vendía un compás militar, e incluso hacía horóscopos para estudiantes ricos, aunque él mismo no creía en la astrología. El verano de 1609 comenzó como de costumbre, pero en julio llegaron a Venecia extraños rumores. Se decía que un cierto fabricante de anteojos flamenco, Hans Lippershey, había inventado un aparato asombroso, un tubo espía, que permitía ver objetos lejanos como si estuvieran cerca. Para la mayoría, aquello era solo un juguete de feria, un entretenimiento. Pero Galileo comprendió al instante el potencial de ese dispositivo. No había visto el aparato, pero sus conocimientos de óptica y geometría le bastaron para descifrar su principio de funcionamiento. Comprendió que el secreto residía en la combinación de 2 lentes, una convexa, convergente, y otra cóncava, divergente, colocadas en un tubo de plomo a una distancia determinada. Galileo actuó con una velocidad febril. Se encerró en su taller, no se limitó a copiar el invento holandés, sino que lo perfeccionó. Los tubos holandeses solo aumentaban 3 veces y la imagen era borrosa. Galileo empezó a pulir él mismo las lentes, buscando la curvatura perfecta. En pocos días, creó un instrumento que aumentaba 8 veces, y poco después 20 veces, y luego 30. Ya no era un juguete. Era el primer telescopio profesional del mundo. Como verdadero hijo de su emprendedor padre, lo primero que pensó Galileo fue en el beneficio. En agosto de 1609, invitó al dogo de Venecia y a los miembros del Senado a subir al campanario de la Catedral de San Marcos, el edificio más alto de la ciudad. Allí, en las ventosas alturas, les entregó su tubo. El efecto fue asombroso. Los senadores, pegados al ocular, pudieron distinguir barcos que se dirigían al puerto 2 horas antes de que fueran visibles a simple vista. Para una potencia marítima que vivía del comercio y la guerra, aquello era una ventaja incalculable. Ver a la flota enemiga o a los piratas antes de que te vieran a ti significaba la victoria. El entusiasmo de las autoridades no tuvo límites. De inmediato le duplicaron el sueldo a Galileo y le ofrecieron un contrato vitalicio en la universidad. Había asegurado su futuro.
Purchase. Minka.
Welcome back, G.
Yes. Wait, ¿ya me salí? ¿Por qué hice eso? No, vuelve a entrar. We need to set up the garage. Wow, that's bright.
Cualquier otro en su lugar se habría detenido ahí, convirtiéndose en un rico proveedor de óptica militar. Pero
Rico proveedor. Rico. Ah, shit, ya se trabó esta madre. ¿Por qué haces eso? Con razón. Es que tengo que ponerle con el mouse. Digo, keyboard. Damn it. ¿Sí o no? Minka. A ver, rápido. Collection. X. Sleepy. That's dumb. The fuck. Okay. What else? Ya que estoy aquí, caray. Paint. ¿Qué otro color hay? A ver. That looks nice. Mira. Uf. Bruh. That's intense. Ahí está mejor. Okay. And then, bueno, ahorita lo vamos a No vamos a... Oh. We're gonna do another story, no? Faltó solo del garage, man. That's why we went in. Why we.
Pero Galileo era un científico. Cuando terminaron las demostraciones oficiales y llegó el otoño, hizo lo que los separó para siempre de los artesanos. No apuntó su tubo hacia el horizonte, sino hacia arriba, hacia el cielo nocturno. Lo que vio destruyó la imagen del mundo que había existido durante 2000 años. Según la doctrina de Aristóteles y Ptolomeo, que la Iglesia apoyaba oficialmente, los cielos eran perfectos. La tierra era el mundo del cambio, de la decadencia y la imperfección. Pero todo lo que estaba por encima de la luna estaba hecho de éter, una sustancia divina e inmutable. Los cuerpos celestes eran esferas ideales, lisas y cristalinas, que brillaban con luz propia. En noviembre de 1609, Galileo miró la luna. Y no vio una bola de cristal lisa. Vio un mundo aterradoramente parecido a la Tierra. Vio gigantescas cadenas montañosas, profundos valles y cráteres. Observando la línea del terminador, el límite entre la luz y la sombra, notó que no era recta, sino dentada. Las cimas de las montañas se iluminaban antes que los valles, exactamente igual que ocurre en la Tierra al amanecer. Usando la geometría y la longitud de las sombras, incluso logró calcular la altura de las montañas lunares, demostrando que eran más altas que los Alpes. La conclusión era revolucionaria. La luna no estaba hecha de éter. Era una enorme piedra, tan imperfecta y material como nuestro planeta. La frontera entre lo terrenal y lo celestial se había borrado. Luego dirigió el telescopio a la Vía Láctea. A simple vista parecía una nube brumosa. Pero a través de las lentes de Galileo, la nube se desintegró en miríadas de estrellas individuales. El universo resultó ser miles de veces más grande y poblado de lo que nadie había podido imaginar. Pero el descubrimiento principal, el que se convirtió en la sentencia de muerte para la vieja astronomía, ocurrió a principios de enero de 1610. El 7 de enero, Galileo apuntó el telescopio a Júpiter. Vio cerca del planeta 3 estrellas pequeñas pero brillantes, alineadas en línea recta, 2 a la izquierda y 1 a la derecha. A la noche siguiente volvió a mirarlas, esperando que Júpiter, al moverse por el cielo, las hubiera dejado atrás. Pero la disposición de las estrellas había cambiado. Ahora las 3 estaban a la derecha. Galileo estaba intrigado. Empezó a observar cada noche, dibujando escrupulosamente la posición de esos puntos en su diario. El 13 de enero vio una cuarta estrella. Semanas de observación lo llevaron a la única conclusión posible. Esas estrellas no estaban fijas, giraban alrededor de Júpiter. Fue el descubrimiento de los satélites de Júpiter, Io, Europa, Ganimedes y Calisto. El significado de este hecho era colosal. La física aristotélica y el sistema geocéntrico de Ptolomeo afirmaban que en el universo solo había un centro de rotación, la Tierra. Todos los cuerpos celestes giraban a nuestro alrededor. Pero Galileo veía con sus propios ojos que Júpiter tenía su propio sistema, sus propias lunas que giraban a su alrededor, y no alrededor de la Tierra. Esto probaba que la Tierra no era única. Si Júpiter tenía satélites y a la vez se movía en órbita, como afirmaba Copérnico, entonces también la Tierra podía tener una luna y a la vez moverse alrededor del Sol. El principal argumento de los enemigos de Copérnico, si la Tierra vuela, ¿por qué la luna no se queda atrás? Había sido destrozado. Júpiter volaba y su séquito volaba con él. En esas frías noches de invierno de 1610, en el tejado de su casa en Padua, un hombre solitario con un tubo en las manos destruyó el viejo universo. Comprendió que Nicolás Copérnico tenía razón. La Tierra no era el ombligo de la creación, sino tan solo uno de los planetas que giraban alrededor del Sol. Galileo sabía que tenía dinamita en las manos.
What's she saying? ¿Dónde está en el mapa? Oh, acá yo creo que va a haber algo, ¿no? I'm gonna explore anyway, so.
Estos descubrimientos contradecían no solo a Aristóteles, sino también la interpretación literal de la Biblia, donde se decía que Dios detuvo el movimiento del sol, no el de la tierra. Publicar estos datos era un juego peligroso. Pero la sed de verdad, y honestamente, la sed de gloria, eran más fuertes que la prudencia. Galileo decidió dedicar su descubrimiento a quienes podían protegerlo. Llamó a los satélites de Júpiter estrellas medicias, Sidera Medicea, en honor a los 4 hermanos de la poderosa familia florentina de los Medici, con la esperanza de obtener el puesto de matemático de la corte en Florencia y regresar a su patria como un vencedor. En marzo de 1610, publicó apresuradamente sus observaciones en un pequeño folleto titulado Sidereus Nuncius, el mensajero sideral. Este librito delgado, escrito en latín, se esparció por Europa en cuestión de semanas. Provocó conmoción, admiración y furia. Unos llamaban a Galileo el nuevo Colón, que había descubierto nuevos mundos en el cielo. Otros lo acusaban de fraude, alegando que su tubo mostraba ilusiones ópticas creadas por el diablo.
Wow.
La batalla por los cielos había comenzado, y Galileo, cegado por su éxito, estaba seguro de que los hechos hablaban por sí mismos y de que la Iglesia, al ver la verdad por el telescopio, la aceptaría. Ese fue su error principal y trágico. Subestimó el poder del dogma. El cálculo de Galileo resultó acertado. La dedicación de las estrellas medicias a la dinastía reinante de Florencia funcionó mejor que cualquier artículo científico. El gran duque Cosme II de Medici, antiguo alumno de Galileo, se sintió halagado de que su nombre estuviera ahora inscrito en los cielos. En 1610, Galileo recibió la invitación con la que soñaba. Fue nombrado primer matemático y filósofo del gran duque de Toscana. Abandonó la hospitalaria pero republicana Venecia y regresó a su Florencia natal. Esta decisión se convirtió en el punto de inflexión de su destino. En Venecia estaba protegido de la Inquisición por las leyes de la República, que custodiaba celosamente a sus ciudadanos de la injerencia de Roma. En Florencia, en cambio, se encontraba en el centro del mundo católico, bajo el poder directo de duques devotos y la atenta mirada de la sede papal. Cambió la seguridad por un título y la ausencia de obligaciones docentes. Solo quería una cosa: tiempo libre para escribir sus libros. No comprendía que la libertad de pensamiento en la Italia de aquella época estaba indisolublemente ligada a la geografía. Los primeros meses de su fama se vieron ensombrecidos por una reacción que al hombre moderno le resulta difícil de entender. Parecería que el descubrimiento de nuevos planetas debería haber causado entusiasmo, pero el mundo académico de Europa recibió al mensajero sideral con un muro de negación y odio. Los profesores universitarios, que habían construido sus carreras comentando a Aristóteles, sintieron que les quitaban el suelo bajo los pies. Si Aristóteles se equivocaba sobre los cielos, ¿significaba que podía equivocarse en todo lo demás? Era una amenaza para todo el sistema de conocimiento. La reacción no fue solo escéptica, fue irracional. El famoso filósofo Cesare Cremonini, colega de Galileo en Padua, se negó rotundamente a mirar siquiera por el telescopio. Declaró que eso le daba dolor de cabeza y que mirar por el tubo significaba humillar a la razón, ya que la verdad debía buscarse en los libros de los antiguos, no en vidrios. Otro profesor de lógica de Pisa, Giulio Libri, murió sin haber mirado nunca al cielo. Galileo bromeó con amargura en una carta a Kepler: espero que, viajando a los cielos, vea esas estrellas por el camino. Los argumentos de los opositores eran absurdos. Decían que los satélites de Júpiter no podían existir porque no se veían a simple vista, lo que significaba que no influían en el destino de las personas, astrología, y por tanto, Dios los habría creado en vano, lo cual es imposible. En consecuencia, no existen, y el telescopio es un instrumento diabólico que crea ilusiones. La única voz de la razón en este coro de oscurantismo fue Johannes Kepler, el gran astrónomo alemán. Aunque él mismo no tenía un buen telescopio para verificar los datos, creyó a Galileo de inmediato, basándose en la lógica. Su famosa frase, Vicisti Galilee, «Has vencido, Galileo», se convirtió en un rayo de luz en el reino oscuro de la escolástica. Para acallar al mundo, Galileo necesitaba el reconocimiento de la máxima instancia. Necesitaba la aprobación de Roma. En 1611, Galileo partió hacia la ciudad eterna. Fue un triunfo. Cardenales y príncipes de la iglesia hacían cola para mirar por su tubo. Instaló el telescopio en los jardines del Palacio del Quirinal. Los principales intelectuales de la iglesia, los padres jesuitas del Colegio Romano, confirmaron sus descubrimientos. Vieron los satélites de Júpiter. Vieron las fases de Venus. El descubrimiento de las fases de Venus fue la prueba decisiva. Galileo vio que Venus, al igual que la Luna, cambia sus fases, de una hoz delgada a un disco completo. En el sistema de Ptolomeo, donde todo gira alrededor de la Tierra, Venus nunca podría verse completamente iluminada. El ciclo completo de fases solo era posible si Venus giraba alrededor del Sol. Fue un jaque mate matemático al geocentrismo. En Roma recibieron a Galileo como a un héroe. El Papa Paulo V le concedió una audiencia benévola. El joven y brillante príncipe Federico Cesi lo aceptó en su Academia de los Linces, Academia dei Lincei, la primera sociedad científica de Europa. Galileo estaba embriagado de éxito. Le parecía que había ganado. Creía que la iglesia estaba lista para aceptar la nueva imagen del mundo. No notó cómo cambiaba el viento. Fue precisamente en ese momento cuando sus enemigos, los ofendidos profesores aristotélicos, comprendieron que habían perdido en el campo de la ciencia y decidieron cambiar el campo de batalla. Si a Galileo no se le podía refutar con lógica, había que destruirlo con el dogma. Empezaron a susurrar al oído de los sacerdotes que la doctrina del movimiento de la Tierra contradecía las Sagradas Escrituras. El argumento principal fue el libro de Josué. En él hay un episodio donde el profeta, durante una batalla, pide a Dios que alargue el día para acabar con sus enemigos. Josué exclama: «Sol, detente en Gabaón», y el sol se detuvo. La lógica de los enemigos de Galileo era férrea. Si la Biblia dice que el sol se detuvo, significa que antes se movía. Afirmar que en realidad se mueve la tierra y el sol está quieto, significa acusar a la Biblia y al Espíritu Santo que la dictó de mentir. Galileo, siendo un católico sinceramente creyente, intentó defenderse. Entró en el peligroso territorio de la teología. Comenzó a escribir cartas a su discípulo Castelli y a la gran duquesa Cristina, en las que explicaba cómo conciliar la ciencia y la fe. Su posición era brillante y moderna. Citaba al cardenal Baronio: «La Biblia nos enseña cómo ir al cielo, no cómo van los cielos». Afirmaba que las Sagradas Escrituras usan metáforas y un lenguaje simplificado, comprensible para los pueblos antiguos, mientras que la naturaleza está escrita en el lenguaje de las matemáticas y no tolera alegorías. En cuestiones de fe, decía, la prioridad la tiene la Biblia. Pero en cuestiones del mundo físico, la prioridad deben tenerla las observaciones y la razón. Estas cartas fueron copiadas y pasaron de mano en mano, pero lo que Galileo consideraba una defensa, sus enemigos lo usaron como arma. ¿Un laico, un matemático, se atreve a interpretar las Escrituras? ¿Enseña a los teólogos cómo entender la Biblia? Eso olía a protestantismo, la amenaza más terrible para la Iglesia Católica de aquel tiempo. En diciembre de 1614 sonó el primer disparo abierto. En Florencia, en la iglesia de Santa María Novella, el fraile dominico Tommaso Caccini pronunció un sermón. Literalmente maldijo a los matemáticos, llamándolos inventores de novedades diabólicas. Usó un juego de palabras de los Hechos de los Apóstoles. Varones Galileos, ¿por qué estáis mirando al cielo? Fue un ataque directo a Galileo y su telescopio. Caccini no se detuvo ahí. Fue a Roma y presentó una denuncia secreta ante la Inquisición. Acusó a Galileo de herejía. El mecanismo del Santo Oficio, lento pero implacable, se puso en marcha. En febrero de 1616, el caso de Galileo fue entregado a los calificadores, expertos de la Inquisición. Galileo, seguro de su fuerza y de su amistad con altos prelados, corrió de nuevo a Roma para defender el copernicanismo. Era enérgico, ingenioso y persuasivo. En las recepciones mundanas destrozaba a sus oponentes. Pero no entendía que no estaba discutiendo con personas, sino con el sistema. La figura clave en este proceso fue el cardenal Roberto Bellarmino. Era el martillo de los herejes, el hombre que 16 años atrás había enviado a la hoguera a Giordano Bruno. Bellarmino era un intelectual brillante, pero un dogmático rígido. Se reunió con Galileo y le dijo algo que definió el destino del científico. Bellarmino admitió que el sistema de Copérnico explicaba mejor los fenómenos celestes, pero declaró que esto debía permanecer solo como una hipótesis matemática, conveniente para los cálculos. Afirmar que esto es una realidad física era inadmisible mientras no hubiera pruebas irrefutables, y Galileo entonces realmente no las tenía, salvo las mareas indirectas, que erróneamente consideraba una prueba. El 26 de febrero de 1616, la Inquisición emitió su veredicto. La doctrina de que el Sol está inmóvil fue declarada estúpida y absurda desde el punto de vista filosófico y formalmente herética. La doctrina del movimiento de la Tierra, errónea en la fe. El libro de Copérnico, que había existido tranquilamente durante 70 años, fue incluido en el índice de libros prohibidos hasta su corrección. Se ordenó a Galileo presentarse en el palacio del cardenal Bellarmino. Allí, en presencia del comisario de la Inquisición, se le leyó la orden: renunciar completamente a la opinión de que el Sol es el centro del mundo, y en adelante, no mantenerla, no defenderla y no enseñarla de ninguna forma, ni oralmente ni por escrito. Galileo obedeció. Prometió callar. No quería ser un mártir. Regresó a Florencia, aparentemente como un hijo sumiso de la iglesia. Le parecía que era una retirada temporal. Escondió sus manuscritos y se puso a esperar tiempos mejores. Esperó 7 años. Y cuando en 1623, su viejo amigo y protector, el cardenal Maffeo Barberini, subió al trono papal, convirtiéndose en Urbano VIII, Galileo decidió que había llegado su hora. Era una esperanza que lo llevaría a la catástrofe. En agosto de 1623, Roma estaba de júbilo. El cardenal Maffeo Barberini ascendió al trono papal con el nombre de Urbano VIII. Para la élite intelectual de Europa, este acontecimiento parecía el comienzo de una nueva edad de oro. Barberini no era un inquisidor severo ni un teólogo fanático. Era un hombre del Renacimiento, un poeta que escribía elegantes odas en latín, incluida una en honor al propio Galileo, un mecenas de las artes y un diplomático brillante. Pero lo más importante, era amigo personal de Galileo Galilei. Para el anciano científico, que llevaba 7 años guardando un silencio forzado tras la prohibición de 1616, aquello fue una señal divina. Su amigo se había convertido en el vicario de Dios en la tierra. Galileo partió de inmediato hacia Roma para felicitar al nuevo pontífice. Sus encuentros en la primavera de 1624 fueron de una calidez sin precedentes. El Papa concedió a Galileo 6 largas audiencias. Paseaban por los jardines del Vaticano discutiendo sobre literatura y ciencia.
Drive now.
Great. Don't be too delicate with it now. Everywhere can be considered a road in the safari.
Oh, sí. Uf. Mira. Eso. Oh, no, not yet.
From the waterside to Rocky Mountains, the world is your oyster.
Thank you.
Urbano VIII colmó al científico de regalos, cuadros, medallas.
Triunfo y envidia, a ver.
La doctrina de que el Sol está inmóvil fue declarada estúpida y absurda desde el punto de vista filosófico y formalmente herética. La doctrina del movimiento de la Tierra, errónea en la fe. El libro de Copérnico, que había existido tranquilamente durante 70 años, fue incluido en el índice de libros prohibidos hasta su corrección. Se ordenó a Galileo presentarse en el palacio del cardenal Belarmino. Allí, en presencia del comisario de la Inquisición, se le leyó la orden: renunciar completamente a la opinión de que el Sol es el centro del mundo, y en adelante, no mantenerla, no defenderla y no enseñarla de ninguna forma, ni oralmente ni por escrito. Galileo obedeció. Prometió callar. No quería ser un mártir. Regresó a Florencia, aparentemente como un hijo sumiso de la iglesia. Le parecía que era una retirada temporal. Escondió sus manuscritos y se puso a esperar tiempos mejores. Esperó 7 años. Y cuando en 1623 su viejo amigo y protector, el cardenal Maffeo Barberini, subió al trono papal, convirtiéndose en Urbano VIII, Galileo decidió que había llegado su hora. Era una esperanza que lo llevaría a la catástrofe. En agosto de 1623, Roma estaba de júbilo. El cardenal Maffeo Barberini ascendió al trono papal con el nombre de Urbano VIII. Para la élite intelectual de Europa, este acontecimiento parecía el comienzo de una nueva edad de oro. Barberini no era un inquisidor severo ni un teólogo fanático. Era un hombre del Renacimiento, un poeta que escribía elegantes odas en latín, incluida una en honor al propio Galileo, un mecenas de las artes y un diplomático brillante. Pero lo más importante, era amigo personal de Galileo Galilei. Para el anciano científico, que llevaba 7 años guardando un silencio forzado tras la prohibición de 1616, aquello fue una señal divina. Su amigo se había convertido en el vicario de Dios en la tierra. Galileo partió de inmediato hacia Roma para felicitar al nuevo pontífice. Sus encuentros en la primavera de 1624 fueron de una calidez sin precedentes. El Papa concedió a Galileo 6 largas audiencias. Paseaban por los jardines del Vaticano discutiendo sobre literatura y ciencia. Urbano VIII colmó al científico de regalos, cuadros, medallas, pensiones para su hijo. Escribió una carta de recomendación al gran duque de Toscana en la que llamaba a Galileo hijo amado de la Iglesia, cuya gloria brilla en los cielos. Galileo, animado por esta acogida, decidió que el viento había cambiado. Sondeó el terreno con cautela sobre la doctrina prohibida de Copérnico. El Papa, hombre de miras amplias, le dijo algo que Galileo interpretó como un permiso. Urbano declaró que la Iglesia nunca había declarado herética la doctrina de Copérnico, sino solo temeraria. Permitió a Galileo escribir un libro comparando los 2 sistemas del mundo, el antiguo.
Oh, ya se fue. Okay.
De Ptolomeo, y el nuevo, de Copérnico, con una estricta condición. Galileo debía tratar el heliocentrismo exclusivamente como una hipótesis matemática, un juego mental, y no como una realidad física. Además, El Papa le pidió personalmente a Galileo que incluyera en el libro su argumento teológico favorito, el de Urbano. El argumento decía así: dado que Dios es todopoderoso, pudo crear el universo de cualquier manera que le placiera, incluso de una forma que a la razón humana le pareciera ilógica o contradictoria. Por tanto, el hombre no puede afirmar que conoce la verdadera causa de los fenómenos naturales, ya que eso limitaría la omnipotencia divina. Galileo prometió cumplir la petición. De regreso en Florencia, comenzó a trabajar en la obra que consideraba la tarea principal de su vida. El trabajo avanzaba lentamente. Galileo enfermaba a menudo. Lo atormentaban la artritis y las hernias. Pasaba meses sin levantarse de la cama. Además, era perfeccionista. No quería crear un tratado científico seco en latín para un círculo estrecho de eruditos, sino una obra maestra literaria en un italiano vivo, que pudiera leer y entender todo el público culto. El libro recibió el título de Diálogos sobre los dos máximos sistemas del mundo. Su estructura era teatral. La acción transcurre en Venecia, en un palacio del Gran Canal, a lo largo de 4 días. En la conversación participan 3 personajes. El primero es Filippo Salviati. Es el alter ego del propio Galileo, un florentino brillante, defensor del sistema de Copérnico. Presenta pruebas científicas, las fases de Venus, los satélites de Júpiter, las manchas solares. El segundo es Giovanfrancesco Sagredo. Es un diletante ilustrado, un veneciano inteligente e ingenioso que actúa como juez imparcial. En el curso de la discusión, se inclina cada vez más hacia el lado de Salviati. El tercer personaje es Simplicio. Es el defensor de la vieja física aristotélica y del geocentrismo. Fue precisamente con la figura de Simplicio donde Galileo cometió su error fatal y trágico. El nombre Simplicio hacía referencia histórica a Simplicio de Cilicia, un conocido comentarista de Aristóteles del siglo VI, pero en el italiano de la época tenía un segundo significado evidente y humillante: simplón, tontorrón, bobo. En el libro, Simplicio es retratado como un hombre corto de luces, obstinado, que se aferra a viejos dogmas e incapaz de entender argumentos lógicos. Salviati y Sagredo lo destruyen intelectualmente en cada página, burlándose de su fe ciega en las autoridades. Galileo, cuyo ingenio siempre rayaba en la arrogancia, no pudo contener el sarcasmo. Estaba seguro de que sus argumentos eran tan fuertes que incluso la Iglesia se reiría de la estupidez de la vieja ciencia. Pero lo más terrible no fue eso. Al final del libro, cuando ya se han expuesto todos los argumentos de Copérnico y la victoria de Salviati es evidente, Galileo pone en boca del tonto Simplicio aquel argumento favorito del Papa Urbano VIII sobre la omnipotencia divina. Simplicio pronuncia las palabras del Papa, pero en el contexto del libro suenan como un intento patético de justificar una posición perdida, como el último recurso de un perdedor que, al no tener hechos, se esconde tras un milagro. Aquello no parecía respeto hacia el pontífice, sino una burla sofisticada. Puede que Galileo no quisiera ofender a su amigo, pero su talento literario le jugó una mala pasada. Hizo quedar al Papa de Roma como un simplón a los ojos de toda la Europa lectora. El camino del libro hacia la imprenta fue espinoso. El manuscrito estuvo listo en 1630, pero en Italia estalló otra epidemia de peste. Los caminos se cerraron, la comunicación entre Roma y Florencia se interrumpió. El censor romano, el padre Riccardi, que simpatizaba con Galileo, no pudo revisar todo el texto y transfirió ese derecho al inquisidor florentino. Tras muchas demoras y correcciones, el diálogo recibió el permiso oficial de la Iglesia, el imprimatur. En febrero de 1632, el libro salió en Florencia. El éxito fue instantáneo. La tirada se agotó. Los intelectuales admiraban el estilo y la argumentación, pero cuando los primeros ejemplares llegaron a Roma, estalló la tormenta. Para entonces, la situación política había cambiado radicalmente. El Urbano VIII, de 1632, ya no era el mecenas liberal de 1623. Europa estaba envuelta en la Guerra de los 30 años, una carnicería sangrienta entre católicos y protestantes. el Papa se encontraba en una posición dificilísima. Los monarcas católicos, especialmente el rey de España y el emperador del Sacro Imperio Romano Germánico, lo acusaban de debilidad e incluso de complicidad secreta con la Suecia protestante, que estaba aplastando a los católicos para debilitar a los Habsburgo. En broma se murmuraba que Urbano era un mal católico. Necesitaba demostrar urgentemente su firmeza en cuestiones de fe. Necesitaba una víctima ejemplar. Y Galileo puso él.
Hold on. Run out. What do you mean, dog? Eso. ¿Ve? Atomica Skyline. Ay, perro. ¿Por qué tiene aquí estas como mini spoilers too? On the side. It's weird, isn't it? Tomica. A ver. Tengo 3. 10,000. Event finish. Speed. Draft. Can you too? How much? Muy bien. 301. A ver, de hecho, gearing, set this 6,000. Hero part, springs. No tanto. ¿A dónde vamos a ir? A la siguiente story. Este no es. Here. Ahí. Aquí me he perdido. El libro fatal. No, ahí.
Tranquilamente durante 70 años. Fue incluido en el índice de libros prohibidos hasta su corrección. Se ordenó a Galileo presentarse en el palacio del cardenal Belarmino. Allí, en presencia del comisario de la Inquisición, se le leyó la orden: renunciar completamente a la opinión de que el Sol es el centro del mundo, y en adelante, no mantenerla, no defenderla y no enseñarla de ninguna forma, ni oralmente ni por escrito. Galileo obedeció. Prometió callar. No quería ser un mártir. Regresó a Florencia, aparentemente como un hijo sumiso de la iglesia. Le parecía que era una retirada temporal. Escondió sus manuscritos y se puso a esperar tiempos mejores. Esperó 7 años. Y cuando en 1623, su viejo amigo y protector, el cardenal Maffeo Barberini, subió al trono papal, convirtiéndose en Urbano VIII, Galileo decidió que había llegado su hora. Era una esperanza que lo llevaría a la catástrofe. En agosto de 1623, Roma estaba de júbilo. El cardenal Maffeo Barberini ascendió al trono papal con el nombre de Urbano VIII. Para la élite intelectual de Europa, este acontecimiento parecía el comienzo de una nueva edad de oro. Barberini no era un inquisidor severo ni un teólogo fanático. Era un hombre del Renacimiento, un poeta que escribía elegantes odas en latín, incluida una en honor al propio Galileo, un mecenas de las artes y un diplomático brillante. Pero lo más importante, era amigo personal de Galileo Galilei. Para el anciano científico, que llevaba 7 años guardando un silencio forzado tras la prohibición de 1616, aquello fue una señal divina. Su amigo se había convertido en el vicario de Dios en la tierra. Galileo partió de inmediato hacia Roma para felicitar al nuevo pontífice. Sus encuentros en la primavera de 1624 fueron de una calidez sin precedentes. El Papa concedió a Galileo 6 largas audiencias. Paseaban por los jardines del Vaticano discutiendo sobre literatura y ciencia. Urbano VIII colmó al científico de regalos, cuadros, medallas, pensiones para su hijo. Escribió una carta de recomendación al gran duque de Toscana en la que llamaba a Galileo hijo amado de la Iglesia, cuya gloria brilla en los cielos. Galileo, animado por esta acogida, decidió que el viento había cambiado. Sondeó el terreno con cautela sobre la doctrina prohibida de Copérnico. El Papa, hombre de miras amplias, le dijo algo que Galileo interpretó como un permiso. Urbano declaró que la Iglesia nunca había declarado herética la doctrina de Copérnico, sino solo temeraria. Permitió a Galileo escribir un libro comparando los dos sistemas del mundo, el antiguo, de Ptolomeo, y el nuevo, de Copérnico, con una estricta condición. Galileo debía tratar el heliocentrismo exclusivamente como una hipótesis matemática, un juego mental, y no como una realidad física. Además, el Papa le pidió personalmente a Galileo que incluyera en el libro su argumento teológico favorito, el de Urbano. El argumento decía así: dado que Dios es todopoderoso, pudo crear el universo de cualquier manera que le placiera, incluso de una forma que a la razón humana le pareciera ilógica o contradictoria. Por tanto, el hombre no puede afirmar que conoce la verdadera causa de los fenómenos naturales, ya que eso limitaría la omnipotencia divina. Galileo prometió cumplir la petición. De regreso en Florencia, comenzó a trabajar en la obra que consideraba la tarea principal de su vida. El trabajo avanzaba lentamente. Galileo enfermaba a menudo. Lo atormentaban la artritis y las hernias. Pasaba meses sin levantarse de la cama. Además, era perfeccionista. No quería crear un tratado científico seco en latín para un círculo estrecho de eruditos, sino una obra maestra literaria en un italiano vivo, que pudiera leer y entender todo el público culto. El libro recibió el título de Diálogos sobre los dos máximos sistemas del mundo. Su estructura era teatral. La acción transcurre en Venecia, en un palacio del Gran Canal, a lo largo de 4 días. En la conversación participan 3 personajes. El primero es Filippo Salviati. Es el alter ego del propio Galileo, un florentino brillante, defensor del sistema de Copérnico. Presenta pruebas científicas, las fases de Venus, los satélites de Júpiter, las manchas solares. El segundo es Giovanfrancesco Sagredo. Es un diletante ilustrado, un veneciano inteligente e ingenioso que actúa como juez imparcial. En el curso de la discusión, se inclina cada vez más hacia el lado de Salviati. El tercer personaje es Simplicio. Es el defensor de la vieja física aristotélica y del geocentrismo. Fue precisamente con la figura de Simplicio donde Galileo cometió su error fatal y trágico. El nombre Simplicio hacía referencia histórica a Simplicio de Cilicia, un conocido comentarista de Aristóteles del siglo VI, pero en el italiano de la época tenía un segundo significado evidente y humillante: simplón, tontorrón, bobo. En el libro, Simplicio es retratado como un hombre corto de luces, obstinado, que se aferra a viejos dogmas e incapaz de entender argumentos lógicos. Salviati y Sagredo lo destruyen intelectualmente en cada página, burlándose de su fe ciega en las autoridades. Galileo, cuyo ingenio siempre rayaba en la arrogancia, no pudo contener el sarcasmo. Estaba seguro de que sus argumentos eran tan fuertes que incluso la Iglesia se reiría de la estupidez de la vieja ciencia. Pero lo más terrible no fue eso. Al final del libro, cuando ya se han expuesto todos los argumentos de Copérnico y la victoria de Salviati es evidente, Galileo pone en boca del tonto Simplicio aquel argumento favorito del Papa Urbano VIII sobre la omnipotencia divina. Simplicio pronuncia las palabras del Papa, pero en el contexto del libro suenan como un intento patético de justificar una posición perdida, como el último recurso de un perdedor que, al no tener hechos, se esconde tras un milagro. Aquello no parecía respeto hacia el pontífice, sino una burla sofisticada. Puede que Galileo no quisiera ofender a su amigo, pero su talento literario le jugó una mala pasada. Hizo quedar al Papa de Roma como un simplón a los ojos de toda la Europa lectora. El camino del libro hacia la imprenta fue espinoso. El manuscrito estuvo listo en 1630, pero en Italia estalló otra epidemia de peste. Los caminos se cerraron, la comunicación entre Roma y Florencia se interrumpió. El censor romano, el padre Riccardi, que simpatizaba con Galileo, no pudo revisar todo el texto y transfirió ese derecho al inquisidor florentino. Tras muchas demoras y correcciones, el diálogo recibió el permiso oficial de la Iglesia, el imprimatur. En febrero de 1632, el libro salió en Florencia. El éxito fue instantáneo. La tirada se agotó. Los intelectuales admiraban el estilo y la argumentación, pero cuando los primeros ejemplares llegaron a Roma, estalló la tormenta. Para entonces, la situación política había cambiado radicalmente. El Urbano VIII, de 1632, ya no era el mecenas liberal de 1623. Europa estaba envuelta en la Guerra de los 30 años, una carnicería sangrienta entre católicos y protestantes. El Papa se encontraba en una posición dificilísima. Los monarcas católicos, especialmente el rey de España y el emperador del Sacro Imperio Romano Germánico, lo acusaban de debilidad e incluso de complicidad secreta con la Suecia protestante, que estaba aplastando a los católicos para debilitar a los Habsburgo. En Roma se murmuraba que Urbano era un mal católico. Necesitaba demostrar urgentemente su firmeza en cuestiones de fe. Necesitaba una víctima ejemplar. Y Galileo puso él mismo la cabeza en el tajo. Los jesuitas, los perros del Señor, que odiaban a Galileo desde hacía tiempo por sus burlas hacia sus científicos, especialmente tras la disputa sobre la naturaleza de los cometas, informaron de inmediato al Papa sobre la esencia del diálogo. Señalaron a Urbano la figura de Simplicio. Le susurraron al oído: Su santidad, este florentino no solo predica herejía, lo ha dejado a usted como un tonto ante todo el mundo. Ha traicionado su amistad. La furia de Urbano VIII fue terrible. No era la furia de un teólogo, sino la de un monarca ofendido y un amigo traicionado. Su amor propio herido exigía venganza. Galileo dejó de ser para él un gran científico. Se convirtió en un hereje insolente que había abusado de la confianza de la Santa Sede. El Papa convocó inmediatamente una comisión especial. Se prohibió la venta del libro y se confiscaron todos los ejemplares. Se envió una orden al inquisidor florentino para requisar la tirada. Pero para iniciar el proceso se necesitaba una base legal, y la encontraron. En los archivos de la Inquisición se descubrió un documento de 1616, el acta de la reunión de Galileo con el cardenal Bellarmino. Pero en esa acta, cuya autenticidad algunos historiadores cuestionan, creyendo que pudo ser falsificada o redactada con fecha posterior, figuraba una frase que no estaba en la orden oficial. A Galileo se le prohibía no solo mantener el copernicanismo, sino también discutirlo de cualquier forma. Esto cambiaba todo. Si ese documento era auténtico, entonces Galileo, al escribir el diálogo, había violado un juramento personal y directo hecho ante la Inquisición 16 años atrás. No era solo el autor de un libro polémico, era un reincidente, un perjuro, un hombre que había engañado a la Iglesia al obtener el permiso de impresión, imprimatur, mediante engaños, ocultando la existencia de la vieja prohibición. En octubre de 1632, el inquisidor de Florencia se presentó en casa de Galileo. Le entregó una citación oficial para presentarse en Roma ante el Santo Oficio. Galileo estaba aterrorizado. Tenía 68 años, estaba gravemente enfermo, sufría de artritis y hernias, y casi no salía de casa. En Italia volvía a hacer estragos la peste, y viajar era mortalmente peligroso. Intentó retrasar el viaje enviando a Roma certificados médicos que decían que no sobreviviría al camino. Esperaba la clemencia de su amigo Urbano. Pero la respuesta del Papa fue gélida y despiadada. Urbano declaró al embajador toscano: «Puede venir voluntariamente o lo traeremos encadenado. Si está enfermo, que viaje despacio, pero debe estar aquí». La amistad había terminado. Comenzaba el juicio. El 20 de enero de 1633, tumbado en una litera, un Galileo viejo, enfermo y asustado, abandonó Florencia. No partía hacia Roma en busca de un triunfo, como 20 años atrás, sino a por una sentencia. Aún no sabía que nunca más volvería a su ciudad como un hombre libre. El 13 de febrero de 1633, tras un largo y tortuoso viaje a través de una Italia azotada por la peste, las parihuelas con un Galileo enfermo entraron en Roma. A su llegada no lo arrojaron a las mazmorras del castillo de Sant'Angelo, como a muchos otros herejes. Teniendo en cuenta su edad, su fama y la protección del duque de Toscana, se le mostró indulgencia. Se le permitió alojarse en la residencia del embajador toscano, en la Villa Medici, pero bajo estricto arresto domiciliario.
What the hell?
Great
Where's
work. The next Horizon Rush event is ready to take off. Well, once they've finished fueling the rocket.
What? 10 minutes. 4 minutes. Okay.
Se le prohibió salir y comunicarse con nadie que no fueran los sirvientes. Comenzaron largas semanas de espera. La Inquisición no tenía prisa. Era una táctica de presión psicológica. El anciano, sufriendo de artritis y aislado del mundo, no sabía qué le esperaba: el arrepentimiento o la hoguera. Conocía el destino de Giordano Bruno. Sabía que Urbano VIII, su antiguo amigo, ahora lo consideraba un traidor. El primer interrogatorio tuvo lugar recién el 12 de abril de 1633. Galileo fue llevado al Palacio del Santo Oficio. Pero el tribunal no se parecía como lo pintan en los cuadros. No era una enorme sala llena de cardenales con mantos rojos. Era una habitación pequeña donde estaban sentados el comisario de la Inquisición, el padre Vincenzo Maculano, apodado Firenzuola, y 2 escribas. La táctica de defensa de Galileo fue ingenua y desesperada. Decidió negar lo evidente. Declaró a los inquisidores que en su libro Diálogo no defendía en absoluto la doctrina de Copérnico. Al contrario, afirmó, escribió el libro para mostrar la debilidad de los argumentos copernicanos y refutarlos. Era una mentira, y una mentira poco convincente. Cualquiera que leyera el libro veía que Simplicio, el defensor de la Iglesia, parecía un idiota, y Salviati, el copernicano, un vencedor. Los inquisidores lo escuchaban con rostros de piedra. Entendían que el anciano intentaba escabullirse, pero tenían un as bajo la manga. Aquella acta de 1616 que prohibía a Galileo discutir el tema de cualquier forma. Cuando le mostraron este documento a Galileo, quedó conmocionado. Afirmó no recordar tal prohibición y dijo que el cardenal Bellarmino, ya fallecido para entonces, le había dado otro certificado. Pero la maquinaria burocrática de la Iglesia era implacable. El documento estaba en la carpeta, la firma estaba allí. La violación era evidente. El proceso llegó a un punto muerto. Galileo no admitía culpa de herejía, distorsión intencional de la fe, sino que solo admitía vanidad y el deseo de presumir de ingenio. La Inquisición necesitaba una confesión completa. El comisario Maculano, siendo un hombre relativamente humano y entendiendo que la ejecución del famoso anciano dañaría la reputación de la Iglesia, propuso un trato. Mantuvo una charla privada y extrajudicial con Galileo. No sabemos de qué hablaron, pero probablemente Maculano explicó a Galileo la realidad de su situación. O admitía que había ido demasiado lejos en la defensa de Copérnico y se libraba con un castigo leve, o el juicio continuaría con todo el rigor de la ley, hasta llegar al examen riguroso, tortura. Galileo se quebró. En el siguiente interrogatorio, el 30 de abril, admitió su culpa. Dijo que había releído su libro y descubierto con horror que, debido a su estilo ambicioso, los argumentos a favor del movimiento de la Tierra parecían realmente más convincentes de lo que él pretendía. Se arrepintió de su soberbia. Suplicó misericordia, aludiendo a su edad y enfermedades. Pero al Papa Urbano VIII esto le pareció poco. Quería una humillación pública. Ordenó realizar un último interrogatorio, el 21 de junio, bajo la amenaza de tortura, territio verbalis. Llevaron a Galileo a una sala donde estaban desplegados los instrumentos de tortura. Le hicieron una pregunta directa. ¿Cree sinceramente que la Tierra se mueve? Fue el momento más terrible. Si hubiera dicho sí, se habría convertido en un hereje impenitente y habría subido a la hoguera. Si decía no, traicionaba la verdad de toda su vida. Galileo, mirando el potro y las prensas, respondió: no mantengo ni he mantenido esta opinión después de que se tomara la decisión de prohibirla. Estoy en sus manos. Hagan conmigo lo que quieran. Y añadió, cuando le amenazaron con la tortura: estoy aquí para obedecer. Eligió la vida. Al día siguiente, el 22 de junio de 1633, en el convento dominico de Santa María sopra Minerva, se leyó la sentencia. En presencia de los cardenales inquisidores, aunque 3 de los 10 se negaron a firmar la sentencia, lo que habla de una división incluso dentro del tribunal, Galileo Galilei fue declarado vehementemente sospechoso de herejía. Era una formulación terrible. Estaba solo un paso por debajo de hereje. El libro Diálogo fue prohibido. Galileo fue condenado a prisión por un tiempo que determinaría el Papa. Y, como penitencia, debía recitar los 7 salmos penitenciales una vez a la semana durante 3 años. Pero la condición principal para salvar la vida era la abjuración pública. El anciano de 70 años, vestido con una sencilla camisa blanca de pecador arrepentido y con una vela encendida en las manos, se arrodilló ante los cardenales. Con voz temblorosa leyó el texto preparado por la Inquisición. Yo, Galileo Galilei, juro que siempre he creído, creo ahora y con la ayuda de Dios creeré en el futuro todo lo que predica y enseña la Santa Iglesia Católica. Con un corazón sincero y fe no fingida, abjuro, maldigo y detesto los susodichos errores y herejías. Maldijo lo que había visto por el telescopio. Maldijo su razón. Declaró que el sol se mueve alrededor de la Tierra, sabiendo que era mentira. Fue un acto de suprema humillación del espíritu humano. Es a este momento al que pertenece la leyenda más famosa sobre Galileo. Dicen que, al levantarse de sus rodillas tras la abjuración, golpeó el suelo con el pie y susurró con furia: Epur si mueve. Y sin embargo se mueve. Por supuesto, es un mito. Si lo hubiera dicho en la sala del tribunal, lo habrían quemado en el acto por reincidencia en herejía. Esta frase apareció por primera vez en un cuadro pintado años después de su muerte, o fue encontrada escrita en un retrato. Pero esta leyenda se convirtió en una verdad histórica de otro tipo. Simbolizaba que se puede obligar a un hombre a callar. Se le puede obligar a humillarse, pero no se puede matar la verdad. La Tierra seguía girando, independientemente de lo que dijera el anciano de camisa blanca. Tras la abjuración, Galileo no fue liberado. Lo enviaron primero al palacio del arzobispo en Siena, donde pasó 5 meses en una profunda depresión. Escribió a su hija diciendo que mi nombre ha sido borrado del libro de los vivos. Pensó en el suicidio. Lo único que lo salvó fue el apoyo de su amada hija, la monja Sor María Celeste. Ella le escribía cartas tiernas y asumió su penitencia, el rezo de los salmos. A finales de 1633, el Papa le permitió regresar a su villa en Arcetri, cerca de Florencia. Pero eso no era libertad. Era un arresto domiciliario de por vida. Se le prohibió salir de la villa. Se le prohibió recibir visitas, excepto parientes y médicos. Se le prohibió enseñar y publicar libros nuevos. La Inquisición estableció una vigilancia sobre él. Se convirtió en un prisionero en su propia casa. Parecía que la Iglesia había ganado. La gran voz de la ciencia había enmudecido. Galileo estaba quebrado, deshonrado y aislado. Pero los inquisidores pasaron algo por alto. Habían encerrado entre 4 paredes a la mente más brillante de Europa. Y a esa mente le quedaba una última tarea que debía completar antes de sumergirse en la oscuridad eterna. En diciembre de 1633, Galileo regresó a Florencia, pero no a su casa en la ciudad, sino a una villa en las afueras, en Arcetri, que llevaba el irónico nombre de Il Gioiello, la joya. Para el gran científico, esta joya se convirtió en una prisión de régimen estricto. Las condiciones de su encierro eran severas. La Inquisición le prohibió cruzar el portón, recibir visitas, especialmente de extranjeros y científicos, y mantener cualquier disputa pública. La casa estaba vigilada por espías, y cualquiera que quisiera visitar al anciano debía obtener un permiso especial del Santo Oficio. Galileo estaba destrozado. La abjuración pública había quebrado su orgullo, pero el destino le preparaba un golpe que casi le rompería el corazón. La luz principal de su vida era su hija mayor, Virginia, quien en el convento había adoptado el nombre de Sor María Celeste. Era la única de sus hijos que había heredado su aguda inteligencia y su sensibilidad. Durante toda su vida, incluso desde los muros del convento de San Mateo, que estaba cerca de la villa, había apoyado a su padre con cartas llenas de ternura. Le preparaba comida, dulces monásticos y tinturas de hierbas, e incluso le cosía los cuellos de las camisas. Durante el juicio, ella asumió su penitencia, la obligación de recitar los salmos de arrepentimiento. Pero la angustia por su padre minó su salud. Apenas regresó Galileo, ella cayó en cama. El 2 de abril de 1634, solo unos meses después de su reencuentro, María Celeste murió de disentería. Tenía solo 33 años. Para Galileo, de 70 años, fue una catástrofe. Cayó en una negra melancolía. Escribió a un amigo: «Siento que me llaman para ir tras ella, y no quiero resistirme más». Dejó de comer, pasaba los días tumbado en la oscuridad, sin querer ver a nadie. En Roma, al enterarse de su estado, incluso discutieron la posibilidad de indultarlo, pero el Papa Urbano VIII se mantuvo inflexible, declarando: «No podemos perdonar a quien tanto nos ha ofendido». Parecía el fin. La Inquisición había ganado. El rebelde se había convertido en un anciano roto que esperaba la muerte. Pero justo en ese punto de desesperación absoluta, se activó el mecanismo del genio. Galileo comprendió que la única forma de no volverse loco era el trabajo. Le habían prohibido dedicarse a la astronomía. Le habían prohibido escribir sobre Copérnico, sobre el universo, sobre Dios. Está bien. Decidió volver atrás, a su juventud, a aquello con lo que había empezado en Pisa y Padua, a la física de los cuerpos terrestres, al movimiento. En el más profundo secreto, escondiendo los borradores de los sirvientes que podían ser sobornados por los inquisidores, comenzó.
I ask you, do we want the challenge? I think we want the challenge. So, I have a contact that has a legendary road car with rally heritage. And we are going to make it more rally.
Okay, let's go and pick the car up. Follow me. Don't get lost, please. This...
Damn, son. UG.
It was a lucky find. A friend in the festival has a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo, but not standard. I know what I said about stock, but this one is a homologation special. But the one we are collecting, road version, our challenge is to make it rally ready. This car has all the right DNA.
I don't doubt you can turn it into a jet ski if you wanted, Yuji. But I like this idea. Show Horizon we can upgrade for true competition.
This will feel like you have not many places to improve performance without detriment to the car. But our only focus is to make what is good on the road even better off it. Competition spec.
Okay, test driver. This is your call to action. Let's head out.
Test driver? Does that mean?
Rally cars must cope with many different surfaces. Asphalt, loose gravel, dirt.
A ver. Poquito no lo he compuesto, ¿verdad? Creo. 80. And then road.
We should take the car off-road then? See how it performs. Sorry, might be bumpy.
Okay, rally suspension is critical for off-road. More clearance for uneven terrain, more stability, keeping the tires in contact with the surface. Rally tires are a must. I have some I can swap over from another car I have. That will look the part, but also functional.
You've got to make it pop more. You have to. It's the best sound.
Let's go get that Evo. We need another car for the parade.
Me salí mucho del mapa, creo.
Rally cars must cope with many different surfaces. Asphalt, loose gravel, dirt.
We should take the car off-road then? See how it performs.
No, pues no. Ya dañándolo aquí en el...
Sorry, might be bumpy.
Please. I want to do minimal bodywork repair.
comenzó a escribir su testamento.
Me va a interrumpir otra vez.
Okay, rally suspension is critical for off-road. More clearance for uneven terrain, more stability, keeping the tires in contact with the surface. Rally tires are a must. I have some I can swap over from another car I have. That will look the part, but also functional.
You've got to make it pop more. You have to. It's the best sound.
Of course, it must pop. I'll fit a turbo upgrade with anti-lag. Keiko, it does more than just make a noise.
I know. It's just the best part. And you won't convince me otherwise.
No, hombre. Iba bien. Se fue derecho,
Look familiar? A lot has gone into this to make it rally ready. Rally suspension, sports brakes, and I found some rally tires. Look.
And the pops?
Pops? What do you mean pops? Oh, the turbo?
Why don't we find out?
STI.
Okay, test driver. Let's see those skills. Floor it to the destination on the map, rally style.
Dexter! Oh, very good. Not just a road car anymore. You can hear the engine has more power. The anti-lock working hard to keep the turbo spooled up. You get that boost pressure when you need it, every time.
And we got that sound. Enjoy it.
Hombre.
Any unnecessary components have been stripped out, lighter overall. For competition, every ounce of weight counts. You can see the tires drop into the uneven terrain. That's the rally suspension. More ground clearance, absorbs the bumps.
A ver ahí, ya estoy echando de tiempo. ¿No me va a penalizar? Fail. We're gonna fail, man.
And keeps those tires in contact with the surface.
I ordered in some sports brakes. They should help you brake a lot later.
Rally tires help with that too. These ones are made of a harder rubber with a unique tread pattern, built to grip the surface, whatever the conditions.
Bruh. Eso.
One rally car upgraded, tested, and ready to show at the festival parade.
So, we now have a fast, comfortable car, and a reborn rally car as well. What to do next?
You'll figure it out,
Drag
Yuji.
and drift.
Maybe I'll figure it out first. Either way. See you soon. Done.
¿Chana? ¿Cómo que Chana? ¿Sí o no tú? Ah, sí, ¿verdad?
You handle those upgrades well. Thank you.
Thank you. Festival parade. Rush hour. Sí, ¿verdad?
I figured it out. We've had straight line speed, we've had off-road power, so next, we need to upgrade for the tightest roads in Japan.
A car built for cornering with power. Agile. Yes, Keiko.
We all agreed? Good. Now, I did some detective work already and scoped out the perfect car for this project.
Okay, follow me. I'll tell you about what I found on the way.
Okay, Keiko. We are following. Please, the car.
Only one of the most fun little nimble cars you could ask for. A Mazda MX-5.
Great choice. Known for fun cornering, but not in competition without work. Who owns the car? Will they mind, you think?
Oh, no, absolutely fine. They have two. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to go from a fun at parties car to a this means business master of grip.
This is a good point, and quite a challenge. I think we collect the car, then test. I have ideas, but more like cloud than concrete right now. It's not saying anything yet, because I know exactly how it drives. It's an MX-5. But how to change it? Make different?
Drift.
Good job I have my test driver, a great listener, and even better behind the wheel.
All right, get yourself strapped in, and let's go.
MX-5. Fun cornering, playful, all-time classic. Please, I need all the cornering data we can get. We want to make this grip, so you can push the extremes, brake later, get on the power with confidence. Top speed is not my concern. We want cornering wins. These gear ratios need to be shorter, racier. When you're out of a corner, you want to gear ready to use the available power.
You're thinking lower top speed but faster out the corners? What about suspension? Anti-roll?
Yes and yes. All right. Good data coming back. Keep going.
Without vodka this year?
Attack these corners. Don't worry about traction. The MX-5 likes to be sideways.
I... Wow, bro. Come on.
can't parade damaged-looking cars.
We need to get good cornering data. Please, one more try.
Nada, o sea, nada. I like that. That's fine. Jesus.
MX5. Fun cornering, playful, all-time classic. Please, I need all the cornering data you can get. We want to make this grip, so you can push the extremes, brake later, get on the power with confidence. Top speed is not my concern. We want cornering wins. These gear ratios need to be shorter. Race you. When you're out of a corner, you want to gear ready to use the available power.
You're thinking lower top speed but faster out the corners? What about suspension? Anti-roll?
Yes and yes. All right. Good data coming back. Keep going.
Attack these corners. Don't worry about traction. The MX-5 likes to be sideways.
All right, back out from the lab with our latest creation.
MX5, now with added grip. There's more than that, but better to test. I'm looking forward to seeing the result.
He's excited. This is him at his most hyped, by the way. So, go on. Head out.
So, Yuji, confident this will turn?
With driver skill. This is now upgraded to hold onto a corner. Planted, traction. No fear cornering.
We changed a lot, Yuji. Still want to give him a rundown?
No. List is too long, but focus has been outside of the engine. We have sport brakes for stopping power into a corner, sport springs and dampers, anti-roll bar front and rear, all for stability. Driveline upgraded, and I fitted sports tires. They are the one thing that touches the ground. They have to grip.
I tuned the final drive. It's not speed off the top, but you'll have more acceleration to pull away, as promised.
Satsuga! This flies through the corners. I got enough to know this ticks all the boxes. Well done, everyone. Another upgrade ready for the parade.
Three down, two to go. Though, I think we need to go wild for the next one.
What I'm hearing is leave Keiko to work while I relax and order parts.
You can never just relax, Yuji. But, yes, I think I can come up with something wild. A little unhinged. See you both soon. Ja.
Rush hour.
You really got to grips with the upgrades. No pun intended.
chill. Damn, son, esto es... Bájalo, Jalisco.
So my friend Toko raves about her Honda City like all the time. Most chill car ever. Relaxing drive.
No chill.
Now, what if...
It was not so chill.
What if it was not so chill? Exactly. I found one we can collect. So first, collect. And then Yuji, just relax. Take a step back. I got this one.
The Honda City we are collecting.
Like.
Is ours to keep. The owner has kindly donated it to the parade. Wants to see it living its best life.
Okay then, Keiko. I'm taking a back seat for this, so what is your plan?
Plan? Total Yuji roleplay. I'll be listening and watching what the car does. Then I'm gonna ignore all that and fit an overpowered engine.
Are you sure the owner does not mind? Do they want it back?
No. Actually, I told them my plan and they immediately got a ticket for the parade. They want to see that little car, and I quote, rip through the festival site.
Well, I believe you can do this. This one should go about 80 with no upgrades. A little over duck and strong wind.
After upgrades? Whoosh. Okay, nearly at the pickup.
Okay. So this is the last time you're gonna drive this car and feel any sense of calm.
Well, test driver, you can have the honor of giving it a run out before Keiko turns it into a rocket.
So please, have a drive and I'll get the data.
Keiko.
That's how it works, right? Test driver. I just need you to drive normally. Notice the power, the acceleration, how it is now.
No! Please!
I need you to drive this car. And hold on to that feeling. Let's go again.
No.
Test driver. I just need you to drive normally. Notice the power, the acceleration, how it is now. Not to 60 is nice and chill. Well, when you have best-in-class fuel consumption, you can't expect a rocket launch. especially in the 80s.
I remember the day it went on sale. Immediately, the Honda City was everywhere. Young Parsons' car, like myself. At the time. Many trips, the Satta Pass, Jodokohama Beach, with friends squeezed in the back, but so much room in the trunk for snacks. Natsukashi.
When you had long hair? I've seen the photos. Yuji, I promise I'll make this car faster, but I'll respect it.
I'm sure you will. But don't worry. I'm curious to see how far you can push it.
Is that a challenge?
It's a challenge and a demand.
I present to you the Honda City Tamaguchi Extra Spicy Limited Edition. You sure you don't want to try it, Yuji?
Absolutely not. I will stand a safe distance and admire.
Suit yourself. I'm so confident this thing can move. I want to race against it in my Viper.
Foot down and launch it.
What the fuck? This is absolutely correct.
Not to 60 now, rapid. I predict at least double top speed. Keep an eye on the needle.
Keiko, what did you fit? It's more than keeping up.
I went big. Gotta think about overall weight to power, and this is 1-to-1. 600 HP. Pulling 600 kg upon the city.
Looks like it's doing the job. Very proud of you, Keiko. Am I right in saying this car now has no chill?
Zero chill. Come on, driver. Don't let me win.
¿Por qué haces eso? A ver, espérate. ¿Dónde está?
Nearly there. Push. First across the line.
I've learned a lot from you, Keiko. I held back. You went full showstopper. I need to up my game.
That's the most ridiculous thing you've ever said. You're Kono Yuji. That name is nothing but game.
I'll take the compliment. Next project is the final one. It will be my masterwork.
Ah, sí, ¿verdad?
Now that is a rapid car. Nice job.
¿Qué es eso? ¿98? Ya tengo, ¿no? Owned, sí. Headline Act.
Hey, Yuji. Over to you. Your finale? You're all in?
My intention, something so cool. It'll be a poster on a kid's wall the next day. Iconic in every way.
So, just another day at Yuji's Auto then. Let's see what you have. Lead the way.
Toyota GT86. That's what we are collecting. I have one in a garage a short drive away. We all have cars in multiple garages. That's normal, right?
It's normal here, Yuji. Can I guess what your plan is? I think I know you too well.
Sure. Try it.
GT86. Fun drive, well-balanced, capable of most projects you might have in mind.
Correct. Go on.
We've done grip, off-road, pure speed, and the car is the biggest spoiler alert. We are building a drift machine. Tell me I'm not wrong.
You do know me very well. I think you saw the parts order. But the drift spec is not all. Total conversion, full livery and body. Not much will remain of the original car. Hold it up ahead.
One GT86 stock, no modifications. So I want you to put it to the test. Get me some idea of how far I can take it.
All right. Well, get in and take it for a spin. Get Yuji what he needs.
GT86 is a very cool car. I see a lot come through the workshop. Body kits, upgrades, vinyl wraps. This one is straight out of the showroom. So manufacturer color, no extras, yet still turns heads. It handles like a dream. It's light, has a low center of gravity, but the drifting potential between this and competition spec, night and day.
But that's stock, not meant for extremes.
What I want is to go to extremes, just like Keiko did. I'm going to turn it into a car that wants to break traction and fit the parts to hold the drift as long as you dare, though not adapted to road driving. I know what to do, so put in ahead. I'll get to work. Yuji's Auto Custom GT86. One of a kind. For Horizon Festival. And handles how it looks.
Yuji, you have officially outdone yourself. There's only one thing left to do. So get in and let's slide.
Follow me. I'll take you to a spot to push some extremes. There's some corners on the way to ease yourself in. I won't judge just yet.
I've been burning the candle on both ends, getting this ready. It's been a passion project. I had to start with upgraded engine, enough power to drift. The right amount to demonstrate your skills.
It looks like you changed everything. Did you keep the radio?
Of course. Special drift spec radio. I joke, there is no such product. Full set of drift tires, drift springs, and dampers to begin. Next, drift differential to sync the rear wheel rotation. That's how you get that lateral movement. Regular drift tries to fight most of traction. We don't want that.
Yuji, those alloys. Aero discs on the front? Just showing off. So beautiful. Amazing work.
I try.
And that's why you're the best, Yuji. Hey, pull in just up ahead.
Okay, this is the perfect place to test my creation.
Perfect.
It's your canvas.
And you are the artist. Your tires are your paintbrushes.
I think that makes sense. Just drift, to be clear.
Throw it sideways. Get that skill chain up. I'm grading you, so show me your best. Good start. Keep pushing for more.
Yuji, I think we have a drift master here. Incredible.
Otro. Ah, cabrón, espérate. What the fuck? Wheel spin.
Hey, Yuji. Over to you. Your finale? You're all in?
My intention, something so cool. It'll be a poster on a kid's wall the next day. Iconic, in every way.
So, just another day at Yuji's Auto then. Let's see what you have. Lead the way.
Toyota GT86. That's what we are collecting. I have one in a garage a short drive away. We all have cars in multiple garages. That's normal, right?
It's normal here, Yuji. Can I guess what your plan is? I think I know you too well.
Sure. Try it.
GT86. Fun drive, well-balanced, capable of most projects you might have in mind.
Correct. Go on.
We've done grip, off-road, pure speed, and the car is the biggest spoiler alert. We are building a drift machine. Tell me I'm not wrong.
You do know me very well. I think you saw the parts order. But drift spec is not all. Total conversion, full livery and body kit. Not much will remain of the original car. Then up ahead.
One GT86 stock, no modifications. So I want you to put it to the test. Get me some idea of how far I can take it.
All right. Well, get in and take it for a spin. Get Yuji what he needs.
GT86 is a very cool car. I see a lot come through the workshop. Body kits, upgrades, vinyl wraps. This one is straight out of the showroom. So manufacturer color, no extras, yet still turns heads. It handles like a dream. It's light, has a low center of gravity. But the drifting potential between this and competition spec, night and day.
But that's stock, not meant for extremes.
What I want is to go to extremes, just like Keiko did. I'm going to turn it into a car that wants to break traction and fit the parts to hold the drift as long as you dare. Though, not adapted to road driving. I know what to do, so put in ahead. I'll get to work. Yuji's Auto Custom GT86. One of a kind. For Horizon Festival. And handles how it looks.
Yuji, you have officially outdone yourself. There's only one thing left to do. So get in and let's slide.
Follow me. I'll take you to a spot to push some extremes. There's some corners up.
No le puedo quitar estos, ¿no? Launch control assists. No. Okay, ni modo.
The way to ease yourself in. I won't judge just yet.
I've been burning the candle on both ends, getting this ready. It's been a passion project. I had to start with upgraded engine, enough power to drift, the right amount to demonstrate your skills.
It looks like you changed everything. Did you keep the radio?
Of course. Special drift spec radio. I joke, there is no such product. Full set of drift tires, drift springs, and dampers to begin. Next, drift differential to sync the real wheel rotation. That's how you get that lateral movement. Regular drift tries to fight force of traction. We don't want that.
Yuji, those alloys. Aero discs on the front? Just showing off. So beautiful. Amazing work.
I try.
And that's why you're the best, Yuji. Hey, pull in just up ahead.
Okay, this is the perfect place to test my creation. It's your canvas.
And you are the artist. Your tires are your paintbrushes.
I think that makes sense. Just drift, to be clear.
Throw it sideways. Get that skill chain up. I'm grading you, so show me your best.
Ok, ¿por qué no funciona mi clutch? Ah, bueno, a ver, de hecho, a ver.
Good start. Keep pushing for more.
Shut up.
Throw it sideways. Get that skill chain up. I'm grading you, so show me your best.
Yuji, I think we have a drift master here. Incredible.
Come on. Yuji. Yuji, como si gusta.
Throw it sideways. Get that skill chain up. I'm grading you, so show me your best.
Yuji, I think we have a drift master here. Incredible.
Good start. Keep pushing for more.
28.
That's it! We have our cars. Now to impress the Horizon fans.
Thank you both. I'll call May. We need extra drivers for the parade. And you make a great team.
Perfect. But Yuji, before I go, you need to know, I'm driving the Honda. Non-negotiable.
141?
Well done. Upgrades performing as expected.
To the parade. Go on the festival parade. Alright.
A lot of hard work has gone into these cars, so take pride. Show the festival fans the best of Yuji's Auto.
It's quite a drive to the site, so I'll let Helena know we're on our way. Last chance to enjoy them. Make the most of it.
Okay, May, Jordan, jump in and follow. And you, thank you. No longer a test driver.
And you.
Helena Marston, it's Keiko. On our way. A-Map.
Oh.
Miles out. We're ready for you. Can't wait to see what you've built. Keep me updated on your ETA.
You have plenty of time to get used to the upgrades. I've made the GT86 a bit more suitable for the journey. It's a long drive after all. Stick together until the festival site. Jordan, how is the MX-5? Notice anything?
Notice anything? I've tried losing traction in the MX-5, but nope, it's planted like a tree. This thing grips.
I definitely noticed something different about that Honda City. What have you done?
That was all Keiko. They decided to go extra. I think it's safe to
Adios.
say you could give any of us a good race now.
Race another time.
Wait, no.
is like your day trips, May. Though, less facts. From the festival site.
Copy that, Keiko-san.
May, how's the Nissan Gloria? Spicy?
You had me doubting myself. I couldn't quite tell. And then I hit a straight, and it all became clear.
That's the race turbo. Just when you think, regular Gloria. That turbo gets unleashed and it's flying down the straights. Out. Won't be long now.
Okay, copy. Now, the crowd are ready for you. When you get here, enter the festival site, head round the parade route, and just relish the cheers from the crowd.
Yuji, the Evo, talk to me.
Of course. Performance is now in line with the actual rally car, so not just asphalt. If I wanted to, I could break off down the gravel roads, along dirt roads. But I won't. I will stay.
Great job. I wouldn't blame you if you took a detour, though.
Out. Get ready.
I can just about see you. Enjoy your moment.
No. Hijo. Fuck.
That's a wrap. I'm not one for public appearances, but I enjoyed that. Thank you, Keiko, for pushing me out of my comfort zone.
And thank you, test driver, aka star of the show, for answering the call in the first place. The real upgrade over there.
I second that. Hope to see you at the workshop soon. But right now, I need to relax.
Okay. Too easy. 8 minutes. ¿Sí o no, tú?
Seeing Yuji work up close must be fascinating. Like a magician. There's an update in your journal.
I should have just sent you in alone. The crowd loves you.
¿Qué dice aquí? Milestone reached. View event. Oh yeah. Paint primer. Hello? ¿Quién me pegó?
You must be our newest member. Call me Midori. Welcome to Drift Club. Hamada-san was very complimentary. Told me to take you out to the mountain roads, try something new.
Thanks for taking the time. I know you're busy at Horizon. And congrats on the purple wristband, by the way.
Oh, this is no trouble. Drift Club time is my time. And I want to see what our new recruit can do.
I have a plan. Step 1, drift. Step 2, improve skills. Step 3 and 4, drift more. Step 5, turn up to Shimaniyama Drift Circuit with said skills. Step 6, revel in glory. Oh, and stretch goal, get the respect and recognition of Hamada-san.
Let's stick with step 1 for now. Jordan, what do you know about Hamada-san? You're a super fan, it seems.
Hamada-san, he's up there with the original Japanese drift pioneers. You see, most racing technique says that oversteer is something to be corrected, but those early drifters said, nah, actually, this is fun. They harnessed it, and the oversteer technique was born. Without people like Hamada-san, I would never have thought I could use a car in that way. I'm just thankful. Drifting is like one of the slowest, least efficient ways to take a corner, but it's the most fun. Fact.
Drift Club taught me everything I know about cars. The limits, the mechanics. My first drift car was a complete starter project. I upgraded it to drift spec and welded the diff myself because I was on a budget.
All right. I see. It's a no-chill run, is it? Good.
That was fun. I see potential. Glad to have you here. I look forward to seeing even more.
Step 1 and 2 technically chalked off, so it's onwards and upwards from here. I've got something a bit different planned for next time, so I'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'm not great at it. It seems like.
Great start. Good to blow the cobwebs off.
Cobwebs. One word, Togi.
We are going up in the world. Literally, up in the mountains. Tell them.
Hey, we met briefly. Rob Glenn. Likes drift. A lot. That guy. So, I think it would be a good idea to head to the Snake In Mountain Passes. That is a classic drifting ground.
And we will be running the exact same route from any number of Isamu-san's drift videos. So let's head out. And up.
This is the natural run. Climbing ground of Hamada-san, up on the mountain pass. Trust me, the drive is worth the payoff. And he might hear about it, if we're loud enough. You should already be familiar, but if you find yourself 1v1 on a mountain pass, well, it's probably Toge.
Let's be clear. Toge is about grip, speed, focus. The roads we use as drifters and Toge racers are the same. We just use them differently. Drift isn't so much focused on speed. It's measured in angles, in flair, in how long you can hold your nerve. You're ready to take over this road. Like I always say though, in Drift Club, we want to see style. Because drifting without style
is just skidding, right? I say that too. No, hold on, I got that from you.
Words to live by, laddo. Right, buckle up and I'll see you at the finish. Now, you don't need to pass, just keep up, send around the turns and don't look down.
That is outrageous. On these roads as well. want to see you in that car right now. That is iconic, especially on these roads. Okay, locked in. Keep going.
No te creo.
Jordy, your friend is showing you up. You're not gonna take that, are you?
Well, you two, it's been a pleasure, but I have to scuttle off. I'm doing one of those day trips. You heard of that?
Oh yeah, I know the boss. Tell you what, I'll get you a sweet discount if you show up and drift with us at the circuit when we're ready.
I'll see what I can do. Only because you're doing such a fine job. But the discount could grease the wheels a bit too.
You kept up well there. Great job.
I hear you've been improving. So, let's see what you can do.
Oh, so no pressure then, Hamada-san.
No pressure. Just drift. Let's go.
Drift Club Japan is not about competing with each other, Jordan. It's about building up all of our skills so that when we drift together, we all win. The most important rule to follow in Drift Club Japan is rule number 1. And what is that?
Rule number 1. Drift Club Japan members celebrate progress, not podiums. I just hope I'm not a victim of Rule 5. You must buy dinner for everyone at Drift Club if you hit the barriers at the drift circuit.
got more.
Creo que voy a hacerlo otra vez.
Drift Club Japan is not about competing with each other, Jordan. It's about building up all of our skills so that when we drift together, we all win. The most important rule to follow in Drift Club Japan is rule number 1. And what is that?
Rule number 1. Drift Club Japan members celebrate progress, not podiums. I just hope I'm not a victim of Rule 5. You must buy dinner for everyone at Drift Club if you hit the barriers at the drift circuit.
Good start, but I know you got more. I'm impressed. Now, go all out.
So, Hamada-san, about our drift circuit readiness.
Good news. You're ready. I just had to be sure. So go out and have one last practice, and I'll see you at Shimanoyama Drift Circuit.
Thank you, Hamada-san. Honestly, good job it's not straight away, because I need a day or two for that to sink in.
Ah, 3 stars.
Now that car, wow! Power! You had that under control.
A little bird told me you got a spot at Shimanoyama Drift Circuit. Seriously impressive. Hamada-san doesn't just show up with anyone, you know?
Oh yeah, we've worked for it, and grateful we have. I would 100% be buying everyone dinner if I'd have gone day one.
Rule 5. Yes, I know all too well. So, while we're here at Daikoku, why not have one last run out before your big day?
The best thing about having full access to Yuji's auto. The parts. You know how many cars I've brought up to drift spec for the club? It's a big number.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Hey, Keiko, tell us what the drift circuit is like.
Most important are the crowds. They come to watch the best. That's why Hamada-san pushes your skill. Because you will inspire someone in that crowd to try for themselves. Keeping drift alive for a new generation. Feeling you're gonna shine at Shimanoyama. Keep it up. Been drifting for a few weeks? Were you born in a Nissan Silvia? Shimanoyama are gonna love you, for sure.
Hey, thanks for drifting with us. Good to get one last run out before the big day.
No need to thank me. That's just Drift Club. Oh, I'll be in the crowd for this one. So, give it some flair for me.
Yeah, I'm sure we could do that for you. Thanks again, Keiko. Sorry, not thank you. Sorry, thanks. Best if I just go.
great session. Magic. Next time we drift, it's the real deal. Shimanayama Drift Circuit.
Gotta love Tokyo City. You clearly do.
Legendary. Drift's so cool.
Today is a true test of Drift Club Japan. Shimanoyama Drift Circuit in front of a sold-out crowd.
Sold out? Nobody told me that.
It's a good job you have both been in training. Don't sweat it. Come on, let's go.
Let's head to the drift circuit. You worked hard for this.
Thank you, Hamada-san. Let's use the drive to get to grips with the car before we hit the circuit.
That car under control. It looks fierce.
Welcome to Shimanoyama Drift Circuit. Our club puts in the time out there to show the crowds what we can do on the track. We want to inspire by giving our all together as Drift Club Japan.
Yeah, on behalf of both of us, thanks for this. I promise not to invoke rule number 5.
I was hoping you would. Quite hungry. Now, let's go and put on a show.
Your Ferrari has been built to drift, and every part of this circuit has been built to drift on. Use everything you learn and put it into action. All right, everyone. Heads down, eyes on, let's drift. That's it. You mastered this. Okay, good effort, the two of you. But I feel like you have more in the tank. Focus. Perfect lines, sharp angles, long slides. Let's go! Okay. I see this is serious. Let's step it up a gear.
All right, last push. It's now or never. No, that was too dramatic. I mean, it's now or probably tomorrow.
Make sure to go sideways over the line. That's a real crowd pleaser. I feel like I'm being challenged. Pushed even. I like it.
Amada-san, I don't say this lightly. I mean, I mostly never say anything serious. But thanks for welcoming us to Drift Club Japan. I hope we did well enough.
More than well enough. I'm hoping you stay members for a long time to come.
Oh, you couldn't make us leave even if you tried. Obviously mean that in a good way, because that could sound weird.
I know what you mean. Now, Jordan, I'm fairly certain you broke Drift Club rule number 5.
That was in my top 5. No, top 3 drift events of all time. I'm impressed.
unlock 38 new events. Holy shit. Super GT. Painting. Nice. Sí, ya sé cuál. Clean skills. A ver. Ay, no le dice su car mastery.
Mount Haruda, one of the most iconic Toge roads. It winds through thick forest, but once you break out of the trees, you'll be met with the wildest views. This one's been on my bucket list forever.
great. You really pushed that competitive spirit to the max.
purple wristband is no simple task.
Y ya, es todo lo que me va a decir.
You're pushing towards the elite, and reaching this event will see you into legend status. These events are curated for the best of the best. Complete these, and your legend event will be waiting for you.
Holy shit, son un chingo, ¿no?
A step closer to Legend Island. I'm sure I'll see you there.
Welcome back, G.
Breaking shatter. Tokyo. Shame of them.
That purchase is a bold statement. Not many people wake up and buy a hanger.
Soco 78. Ya nada más me quedan dos, ¿no? Vision. ¿Cuánto llevo? 9 hours, broski. Okay, I think we're gonna... Yeah, we're good.